Hello everyone. Welcome to another No Villains Are Safe stream. We've been talking a lot about our old pal SpongeTruths a lot, but I feel like No Villains Are Safe needs a little bit of love, huh? Would we agree? How are we all doing? Make sure my mic is the size it goes. There we go. That's a little better. Welcome to the stream. How are we all doing today? Are we ready to watch some No Villains Are Safe? Alright, there we go. Hello, everyone. Hello. Why do people watch No Villains Are Safe? Hi, everyone. Just getting started, huh? How are we all doing today? Are we ready to watch some No Villains Are Safe? I don't think I could ever be ready for this garbage, but at least I don't have to trudge through it alone. No Villains Are Safe in a nutshell. Dr. Eggman blows up the moon, $1,000 fine and 2 years of prison. We're not doing one of those today. We're doing some that seem particularly worthless. Are you ready, kids? Text isn't appearing on the screen like the chat. Oh, are they off? Oh, that's weird. Oh, there they go. Yeah, chat's coming up. Sometimes it takes a second. Is this one AI too? No Villains Are Safe. I think No Villains Are Safe is AI. No Villains Are Safe is... Let's see if they have their thing in here. Oh, it's not in their channel bio, funnily enough. No Villains Are Safe has a thing in all of their videos where it says, like, we're proudly made without AI. I don't believe them. I think they're lying. I think that their scripts are... So here's the thing about No Villains Are Safe. That makes them a little different from SpongeTruths. So, like, SpongeTruths is, I would say, the most obvious of, like, what we would expect from an AI channel, which is just they have a AI writes their script, AI does the voice, and then it's just these really shallow, like, you know, crappy videos. Like, that's SpongeTruths. SpongeTruths is, like, the most obvious version of that. And clearly SpongeTruths is successful doing that. SpongeTruths, I think, is, like, the best... Not the best, like, I think AI is bad, but you know what I mean. Like, they're the best at it. In terms of, like, what they do with terms of, like, AI channels. No Villains Are Safe, and by extension, Scribble. This is Scribble. By extension, Scribble and No Villains Are Safe are just, they're run by the same company. So they're basically the same. They're just two channels so that they can split when things get posted. It's a whole thing. So No Villains Are Safe is a little more sinister, I think, than SpongeTruths, because SpongeTruths, I think an average person, a layman, there's plenty of people that have commented on my videos that have said that they didn't know SpongeTruths was AI, they didn't know this, they didn't know that, but SpongeTruths, I think SpongeTruths kind of relies on you, one, are... The audience for SpongeTruths either has to be like an iPad kid who, like, isn't paying attention to what they watch at all and probably isn't even really aware of AI. Someone who does not care about AI at all and is like, oh, I know it's AI, but I don't care. I just like when videos play. Maybe someone who's actively pro AI will, like, watch SpongeTruths and be like, this is the future. Like, that, I think that could exist. And people who are genuinely tricked. Like, you... And it also depends on the video. Some SpongeTruths videos are more obvious than others. I will say, I'm not mean to people who fall for SpongeTruths. The reality is that people who do fall for SpongeTruths, there has to be an element of you just aren't aware. It's like, and like, if you're a regular person, you don't have to feel bad about like not being aware. Like, you should have like, you know, media literacy and understanding of like how to spot AI tells. Like, I think that that's important. I think that it's a responsible thing to do for yourself. I don't think it's like morally wrong if you're like, if you make some mistakes, as long as you're like actively trying, you know, like if you're like don't beat yourself up over it if you ever got tricked by SpongeTruths or No Villains Are Safe or any of them. But No Villains Are Safe. No Villains Are Safe. Here's the main thing about No Villains Are Safe. They lean so much on recapping episodes and putting in clips. In fact, and I do think that there is AI writing involved in No Villains Are Script Safe, but even if there wasn't, the scripts are just recapping episodes. Like, it's literally like an 8th grader could write it. An 8th grader could describe an episode of Family Guy. Like, the one that we watched most recently from No Villains Are Safe was the Family Guy cutaway one, and it just described cutaways. And it's like, that's not content. And then it played the clips. It plays a lot of clips. No Villains Are Safe loves the clips. SpongeTruths, because SpongeTruths leans more heavily on AI writing and is less afraid of people knowing that it's AI writing, even though they claim that, like, I think SpongeTruths claims that they aren't AI. They don't like say, you know, it doesn't say like on the, it doesn't even have a bio where it's like, oh, we use AI, you know, like, disclaimer, this is AI generated content. Like, it's still bad to use AI even if you do that. But like, they don't even do that. So like, SpongeTruths will have like, I think I'm going to look at this one later. This is like a, this is probably one of their like shallow, like theory kind of ones. It probably would be a little bit similar to this like flower cloud one, but like this flower cloud video, which is so like written by AI and just like garbage, like random, the most shallow milquetoast observations. But it like was something. Like, this video was not just recapping. It was the AI was creating a narrative, and that's a lot of what SpongeTruth's AI videos do, is they create narratives. No Villains Are Safe is all about, their deal is all about getting you to sit and stare at the screen and watch the clips. And so No Villains Are Safe, their whole goal is to get you to stare at the screen to the end of the video. Obviously, that's the goal of any entertainer, is to get you to watch their stuff. But No Villains Are Safe is, the difference between myself and No Villains Are Safe is that I care about the things that I'm saying. I have a passion for it. No Villains Are Safe does not. SpongeTruths does not. And No Villains Are Safe is just, for, by whatever means necessary, how can they keep you staring at their channel so that they can make money? And No Villains Are Safe can't just post clips from Family Guy, can't just post clips from SpongeBob, because you get taken down for copyright for doing that. So they put in just enough of recapping, of speaking around it, of editing, so that they don't get copyright, you know, taken down. But beyond that, it's just wasting your time with clips. And No Villains Are Safe has so much plausible deniability for not being AI that I think that they're more dangerous. But I think we know enough about No Villains Are Safe that we should call them an AI channel. Like, I think saying No Villains Are Safe just flippantly like is an AI channel, like, I think it's fine. If there ever was a time where, like, you know, No Villains Are Safe, ball is in your court, if you want to like show us like your behind the scenes process and show a person like writing a video or making these thumbnails from scratch, and you want to prove you're not AI, ball is in your court. No Villains Are Safe. I think that you have given us no reason to think otherwise. So that is my, you know, everyone is entitled to plead their case. So I think that if No Villains Are Safe wants to prove that they're not AI, have a time lapse of someone writing one of their videos on the script, have them record their screen while they write the script, like, just to prove it or whatever. Obviously, like, even then there's, you know, shadow of a doubt and plausible deniability and all that. There's so much that goes into, you know, whether or not a thing is true or not. But with like No Villains Are Safe, it's like we could just be like AI content farm, especially because it's such a, like, they are that, you know, like, I guess the bottom line is, even if No Villains Are Safe came out and was like, we are not AI, I would still cover them. If No Villains Are Safe proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that they were not AI, I would still cover them. I just would say that they're not AI because I would know for sure that they aren't if they proved it that they weren't. They haven't proved that they are, and they haven't proved that they haven't. I've seen a couple of things that make me think that they are. So I'll continue like saying AI, but also acknowledging the ambiguity of that. But if they proved for sure that they were not AI, I would still cover them, acknowledge they aren't AI, and still talk about how bad they are because they're still a content farm. I'll read some chats and then we'll get into the video. But yeah, even if it isn't AI, the channel's still garbage. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, no villains are safe. It's not even about the AI. I mean, like, AI is just a method of making more garbage faster. Humans are perfectly capable of making garbage. We have for a long time. And that's bad. And it's bad when we make garbage. And I advocate against making garbage. And I think that I think that like before AI, there was recap channels. There was Cinema Sins making their garbage of like the most shallow comments on movies ever. But AI just gives the power to make a lot of that very fast to the point where it's going to drown out human-made content. That's one of my arguments. I have multiple arguments for it, but that's one of my arguments for why generative AI should be banned. Whereas with like bad content, I mean, I think recap content should be banned as well. It's just a lot harder to regulate. Like if you get rid of AI, I don't know if No Villains Are Safe would disappear overnight. SpongeTruths would disappear overnight. If AI was banned, generative AI was banned, there would be no SpongeTruths. They would be gone the next day. And plenty of other bad stuff would be gone the next day too. Like we don't need generative AI. It is a net negative. It is a net negative. We do not need it. But like No Villains Are Safe could probably still persist. If they do use AI, their production would definitely take a hit, but I bet they'd keep kicking. With their recap content. Recap content would be very difficult to crack down on. I think it can be done. Like, I think that YouTube should personally crack down on it, and like they should have people who at least look at big channels and are like, okay, all you're doing is recapping episodes. Let's demonetize your channel. Let's delete your channel or whatever. It's very difficult to understand that. Like, well, not to understand that. It's a very difficult line to draw, and it's a very difficult power to give because people who do genuine criticism have to do some element of recapping, so it's very hard. And No Villains Are Safe takes advantage of that. The fact that there are people like me who are actual reviewers that talk about, that have to do a little bit of recapping to talk about to make our real transformative content, they take advantage of that leeway and, you know, give an inch, take a mile. That's what content farms do. That's what evil people do, is they see a loophole that other people use to get ahead and to do well and to work within honest systems, and they take advantage of that system. That's kind of what No Villains Are Safe does. Cartoon Corey did a whole live stream with his face on video proving his channel is not AI, and he came with receipts. Really? I need to check that out. Really? I might have to wait on that because I think I should make a separate thumbnail if I do a stream on that. Okay, that has caught my attention. That is I'm going to just very quickly look at that. I'm not going to change the subject of the stream. I'm going to go back to this dude. New videos every week. Sub for one Krabby Patty. Cartoon Corey live Q&A behind the scenes. Showing they're not AI. Wow, that's interesting. No way. No, I don't believe you. I already don't believe you. What do you mean? I believe you believe it, chatter. I'm not doubting that, you know. Nah, no way. We're going to have to look into this. When did he do this? Live? 11 days ago. Okay, this is recent. Wow. Okay. This might need to happen soon. That's huge. That is very interesting. No way you don't use AI. 4 hours of SpongeBob Easter eggs false. How? For 8.4K views? You know how long that would take if you didn't use AI to write whatever. Okay, we will come back to this. That's crazy. Thank you for letting me know that. That's insanity. Wow. Okay. Okay. Um, maybe it's bots that are watching videos and subscribing. I don't. As much as I think that there could be an element of that with No Villains Are Safe and SpongeTruths, I think that there isn't, because you can buy subscribers, you can buy views. Generally, that backfires though, because first of all, that's literal fraud. Like, you are defrauded. The way that you get paid on YouTube is advertisers run ads on the videos, and they pay YouTube for the ads, and the creator gets a cut of those ads. That's how you make money on YouTube. It's not the only way to make money on YouTube. There's also things like super chats if you if anyone feels so inclined and really wants their question read. That's one way. Is hint hint. And channel members, and sponsorships is another thing. There's plenty of other ways to make money on YouTube, but the main way to make money on YouTube is that you get money from the ads. So if you bought viewers, those viewers are not real viewers, so they're not actually engaging with the ads. So the advertiser who paid for their ad spot would be cheated, would be defrauded. So that's a pretty big deal. I don't think YouTube takes that lightly. There are probably ways to get away with it. There's schemes and scams. If you've ever seen like The Sopranos or something, like that's like all people do is scheme and scam. It's a grift economy. It's what we're living under right now. This is where this is an economy where a major part of it is betting on if countries are going to go to war, betting money on it like they're racehorses. Like, we are in a grift economy, okay? So, like, I wouldn't say there's no way to game the system. I don't know what it is, though. I don't know. But, and that's probably because if there is a way that they're doing that, botting views, botting subscribers, that's probably not public. You'd probably need, like, a whistleblower to, like, know that. Like, maybe one day there'll be, like, some huge investigation of it. If I ever see anything really fishy, or if anyone can figure out anything really fishy involving that, I would love to know about it. But I can't say I know for sure. But yeah, I used to watch No Villains Are Safe, and you got me out of it by saying it was AI. Good. I'm glad I could take their viewers away. My SpongeTruths theory is that they write the scripts and run it through several LLMs in the hopes that something sticks. Well, why would they write the scripts in that case? I don't think they write the scripts. I think they prompt a script. It's very easy to do that. You only have to put a couple of sentences, and it'll give you like a whole script. Like, it's crazy what these things do. They don't give you a good script, but they give you a word count. Like, they give not a word count specifically, but they can get you a lot of words if you do it right. What should I do? My little brother started watching SpongeTruths, but I don't want to be rude. How old is your little brother? I could probably give you some advice on how to deal with it. If your little brother is like a little kid, just have your parents make him stop, and have your parents monitor what he watches on YouTube, and that's a bigger deal than just SpongeTruths. If your little brother is watching SpongeTruths, you have a couple bigger problems than that. There's a general issue with your brother's media consumption. I assume little brother is like a kid. I don't know if that's the case. They could be 25, maybe you're 30, and your little brother is like 25, in which case I guess that's a little different, so I can answer differently. But I'm going to assume it's a little kid. If it's a little kid, then the parents just need to make sure. Little kids shouldn't watch YouTube. I don't care. I don't care. You should be like, I don't know, 14 or maybe a little older to watch YouTube. Little kids shouldn't watch YouTube. Little kids should watch SpongeBob, by the way. That's what little kids should watch. They should watch SpongeBob. SpongeBob is great for a developing mind. Hey, we got ourselves a super chat. Not right now, but one of those days you should sit down and watch Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. It is free on YouTube. Amazing short little film. Has Neil Patrick Harris. Please make a note. Gotcha. I will keep that in mind. What is it? I'll write it down for you. What's it called? Dr. Horrible's... not Dr. Horrible as... Sing-along blog. All right. got it in my notes. Thank you. Thank you for the suggestion, and thank you for the super chat. All right. Anyone else say anything interesting? If AI were banned, how much of the AI channels do you think would just quit as opposed to just shifting to manual plagiarism? I feel like SpongeTruths would quit. I feel like if AI were banned, SpongeTruths would be done. I don't think that they are capable of doing what they do. Maybe they'd still try. Maybe. No Villains Are Safe, I think would just keep go. I think No Villains Are Safe would go. I think No Villains. No, I don't even think they would slow down production. I think No Villains Are Safe would just lose money. I think they would just have to pay like a. I think they just have to like pay another writer or something, and maybe pay another like cheap artist for the thumbnails, and there would be provided the thumbnails even are AI, which I think they are. There's a good bit of evidence for it. I think No Villains Are Safe would just keep going. Not to say that AI is not a problem and not a reason that they are able to do what they do. Also, AI was the reason that No Villains Are Safe would have been able to start. So like No Villains Are Safe has the foundation of it, and now they have the capital because of that to keep going if AI were banned. I don't think AI is going to get banned for a while, though. I feel like I can't even give a timeline, but it's not it can happen, by the way. Generative AI getting banned can happen. I actually think it's very necessary that it does happen for the survival of humanity. But I don't think it's going to happen like tomorrow. I don't think it'll happen for a little while, like most likely. Unless we're, I just don't think it's going to happen. I used to watch No Villains Are Safe. Didn't realize it was AI until I started watching these, but I could tell there was no substance. Interesting. If I could ask you a question, you'd feel free to not answer if you don't want to. But why were you okay with watching it when you could tell there was no substance? And like, feel free to answer honestly. Like, I'm not. I think a general subject of this particular stream segment about No Villains Are Safe, I want to focus a lot on the viewers. And I want to focus on the viewers in a way that is nice, and I do like, and it's from a place of, like I care about people and their perspectives, and I care about how these things hurt people. Like, I don't want to like shame people for like watching it. If that makes sense. So I would be curious to know like your answer and see if I can kind of use your honest answer about it, because I can't wrap my head around it. Just for me personally, I just cannot watch something that has no substance. I just can't do it. It just doesn't work for me. It just drives me crazy. So like, I would never be able to watch this because I would clock that it's that it's hollow like so quickly. And I don't want to say that from like an elitist perspective of like, ooh, I would know immediately, because I don't believe that about people. Like, I know that and it's not like, like we tend to think of like, ooh, this is, people can get insecure where you think it's like a smarter, dumber thing. It's not. Like, it just isn't. Like, I grew up in the arts. It's my expertise. If someone's not in the arts, then that I can understand. Like, someone could be a rocket scientist and they could not know that much about movies and TV show writing, and they could watch a No Villains Are Safe video and not clock how shallow it is. Like, it's fine. They could be a rocket scientist. They're smarter than me. Like, I don't know. Not that I believe that certain people are specifically smarter or dumber than others. I think it's a little more complicated than that, because there are different subjects that people know more in, and there's different proficiencies, the whole thing. I feel like people, myself included, are so used to watching things whenever they do anything, and content farms provide that resource. Huge part of it. Yeah, a lot of people who watch stuff like this are doing something else while they watch it, for sure. Another big one is people watch stuff while they fall asleep. I think it's an anxiety thing. I don't know. I have an air purifier in my room, but if it's the air purifier is also a fan, so when it was really cold, I wouldn't use it as much. I have a noise machine, so I need like kind of like a white noise like while I sleep. But some people literally have like TV shows play on like autoplay, like on Netflix while they go to sleep, or these YouTube videos. That's why a lot of these content farms, they'll have like this many hours of like SpongeBob stuff to fall asleep to. It's funny. I thought that was just like a euphemism. When I saw like this to fall asleep to, I thought that was just a like way of saying this is a very long video. Like you could watch this video all night. But it literally means people like I did that once when I used to make gaming content. I like put a bunch of my videos together and said like, watch this to fall asleep to. And I didn't realize that it literally means people have it on while they sleep. I think it's an anxiety thing. Like maybe it simulates like a person is like with you, or like, I don't know, like watching over you, like, you know, or it's you wake up and you hear voices, and maybe that like grounds you in like reality, where it's like, oh, like if you wake up and there's like a TV show on, it's like, oh, like I am safe when I watch TV. That means that I am in a safe place. You know, I think it's a bit of an anxiety thing. But apparently that's the thing. People watch videos for a long time while they sleep. So that's another thing that can happen for why this happens. Let's see. Be amazed has been a thing for a long time. No idea they started using it. I haven't heard that. A lot of good chats today. Thank you, chatters. I should probably go into the video. Do you think AI has a use in art on YouTube that can't be replicated by actual people? I do not think generative AI has a place in existence. No. There's literally no... As someone who understands like the arts and communication, there is never a point where there's a benefit to having a computer make something that is like creative, like text, or like you know, like a script or an image. There's literally no utility for it. Any amount of time saved that would ease a production of something is a net negative. It makes the thing so much worse because you lost human intent. There is zero. And that's not a thing that's not a knee-jerk reaction. That's not me going, oh, I don't like this thing. That is calculated. That is understanding how the arts works, and understanding how AI works is how I came to that conclusion. That is a very nuanced, specific decision that has come to a very absolute extreme point. Sometimes that happens. It's basically like saying, do you think that cancer can have a use in the body if it's controlled? No, it's cancer. You know, if you know about how the human body works and you know about how cancer works, the best thing to do with cancer is to get rid of it entirely. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Let me see if okay. Hey, thank you, Chris Canule, 4075 with the $5. No villains are safe isn't safe from you. Thank you. I saw one of his videos on accident a while ago. I listened to stuff while I game, and it was so jarring and factually wrong. Ha! Yeah, while playing video games, yeah. I would do that a lot. I'd love to listen to videos while I play video games. I could totally see how that could happen. Okay, so we're going to start by looking at which SpongeBob character had the best glow up. And as we watch this video, and perhaps some others from No Villains Are Safe, I want to think about it from the perspective of people who watch this. I really want to answer the question of this segment, which is, why do people watch this? And how should people not watch this? Is there something wrong with watching this? And if you are someone who has watched No Villains Are Safe, as we go into this, just know that I am not attacking you. I am not trying to shame you. I just want us to think about how, when we watch content like this, when we spend our time watching content like this, does it affect us and does it affect the people around us? And we'll just go right into the video with that.
Here's your regular.
We're gonna turn on our higher, faster playback speed. And yeah, we got our premium. Oh, speaking of which, I have to renew my YouTube premium. Huzzah! I got that YouTube premium for you guys. Because we don't want ads popping up during my videos.
Here's your regular SquarePants wearing SpongeBob on his way to work. Now here's SquarePants. Here's your regular SquarePants wearing SpongeBob on his way to work.
So they always try to be so flashy at the beginning of these videos. You know, you notice that? Like, it's like the model and the going out. Like, this doesn't look like it was like AI made. Maybe it was in some way. I don't really know. It doesn't look that like fake or anything. But like, it's such overcompensation, you know? Like, in my, like, look, I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with like making the beginning of your video look like cool and flashy if you like have the resources for it, you know? Like, maybe I just don't get it because like I don't have the resources to like make something like this. Like, I just start my videos with like a little thing pops in of like the footage, you know? Sometimes at the beginning of my videos I'll have something like zoom in rather than like, you know, just to give it a little bit of a this is starting. But like, I don't do all this stuff with like all the zooming out. It just feels like it's already overcompensating. It's trying to give it a look, there's something to look at, but when you go behind the surface, there just isn't anything.
Now here's Glowed Up SpongeBob looking and sounding like he slid straight out of the covers of GQ.
Hey, cool crowd.
Someone turn on the heat in here? Now, as usual.
I can't stand the narrator, but I think we're going to have to call that. I think the narrator's not AI, guys. I know. We hate the narrator. We want to think it's AI. Isn't it almost better that he's not AI? Because then we can hate on him for being a bad narrator. You know? I've had multiple comments. I've questioned in my other No Villains Are Safe videos if the narrator is AI. I've always kind of leaned towards that I don't think he's AI. There was a point after I did the first one where like I was like kind of thinking it was. But I just think there's lots of people who I would get comments where they're like, look, like I'm a voiceover person. There are things that the voice actor does that is not AI, and I think I'm inclined to agree. They're just bad. They're just bad. There's someone. No Villains Are Safe. They want people to think they're not AI. They can afford to pay someone to do the voiceover. Like, it doesn't mean that they're not garbage. It doesn't mean that they're not AI. It just means that they're a little less blatant than SpongeTruths because they don't want people to think that they're AI. Why would you not spend an extra, I don't know, $50 a video? How much do they pay him to voice it? Like, if it's 40 minutes, how long would it cost to pay a voice actor to do a video that's 40 minutes? A bad voice actor, like, that probably doesn't charge that much. Like, I bet you could get a Fiverr person to do this for like $100 maybe. You know, you'd be getting screwed if you're a good voice actor. You shouldn't take $100 for a 40-minute video, especially ones that pulls the views that No Villains Are Safe gets. Like, you'd be getting screwed. But like, why would they not? Even $200, like, they make enough. It would be worth it for them to do it. So yeah, we'll just kind of put that to bed about the voice actor.
Well, I had nothing better to do with my time, so I went through every single.
Oh my God, always with that. I had nothing better to do with my time. Someone commented this. It's funny. Oh my God, I hate that. I hate when they say that. You know, I find that personally offensive because YouTube is my job. So like, the reason that I find that offensive is that YouTube is my job. So when I just did a whole huge video where I watched every episode of Camp Coral. First of all, it didn't take me a week. Did they say a week?
Someone turn on the heat in here? As usual, I had nothing better to do with my time, so I went through...
Oh, I had nothing better to do with my time. Okay, sometimes they say I had nothing better to do, like, this week. Sometimes they'll say week. So they say, yeah, they say this whole, like, I had nothing better to do with my time, so I did that. And I just did a video where I did every episode of Camp Coral. Guys, it is work. Like, I get the merit of the sentence. Like, I get, like, how to a layman, they'll be like, haha, I didn't have anything to do with my time. But you know what else it does that I don't like? And why I would never say something like this of, like, I had nothing better to do with my time. Or instead of doing something productive, I watched all of SpongeBob. First of all, it's literally my job. So, like, that is the most productive thing that I do. Because that is the thing that pays my bills. Right now, at least. Only recently. I've only recently gone full-time with this. But, like, so I can't really say, oh, yeah, I didn't do anything productive. I watched Camp Coral all week. Well, that was the productive thing that I did. You know, and I think we should be a little honest about that as, like, creators, that, like, this is our job. But, like, you know, but also, like, I think it just weakens what you're doing. Like, it has this air of, like, ooh, well, like, I'm just, like, a cartoon reviewer, like, whatever. Like, I'm just talking about, like, have pride in what you do, okay? Like, have, you know, like, I just hate, I hate the attitude of, like, not taking life seriously. It's just this apathy of, like, I had nothing better to do, so I just watched this. And you know what? For No Villains Are Safe, it's true. Because they don't do anything but just recap episodes. All they do is recap episodes. So, like, yeah, they're not doing anything productive. I mean, they are in the sense that they're, like, making money. I mean, they didn't actually watch the show. I don't think. They have AI do it. And we've seen them make some pretty glaring mistakes. We've seen some pretty glaring mistakes in their videos. So, you know, those kind of give away that it's AI. Sorry, there's a leaf blower outside at the worst time. I gotta, like, not stream on Mondays now. They're always doing the leaves on Mondays. This might be the last Monday stream, guys. This is driving me nuts. Can anyone hear it? If it's not heard by you guys, I'd feel better about it, but it is very distracting for me. Yes, you can hear it. Ah. You can hear the reef blower. That's unfortunate. We're going to have to just power through it. Very faintly, but it's not bad. Okay, my mic is pretty good. It's terrible. It's like right next. It's like right outside. It's driving me nuts. You hear it a little bit? Sometimes I hear streamers say stuff like that, and it doesn't. I thought it's a lawnmower. No, it's a leaf blower. It's a leaf blower. My darn HOA, huh? Maybe I should write a letter. Hey. I stream on... I don't usually stream on Mondays, so I'll stream on Sunday maybe. Okay. Yeah, it should go away soon. It should go away soon. All right, let's just try to... You had to boost the audio to start hearing it? I hear you fine. Okay. Let me try to move forward with this. So yeah, anyway, I just think, like, I think if someone says that, like, imagine if you went to a restaurant and, like, the chef was, I mean, I guess you don't see the chef at a restaurant, but, like, whatever. Like, let's say, like, there's the chef at a restaurant and they're like, huh, instead of doing something productive with my life, I made your souffle. It's like, well, I wouldn't want to eat that souffle. If you don't think it's productive what you're doing, you know, yeah, like, I guess if I was just making a souffle, like, by myself in my house, yeah, I guess that wouldn't be productive because it wouldn't be my job. But if you're a chef, it's your job, you know? Like, yeah, if you were just, like, sitting around and just, like, watching SpongeBob episodes and, like, writing down when they had their glow-ups or whatever, like, yeah, I guess that wouldn't be very productive. But if it's your job as a YouTuber, you should be more, you should take more pride in what you do, you know?
Every single transformation in the entire 16 seasons of SpongeBob to answer the question that nobody asked, which...
Okay, here's another disingenuous thing they're doing here.
Turn on the heat in here? As usual, I had nothing better to do with my time, so I went through every single transformation in the entire 16 seasons of SpongeBob to answer...
So they say I went through every transformation in the entire 16 seasons of SpongeBob. Okay, that's important. This is a part of this is a strategy known as lying. So what it's doing, implying here, is that they watched all of SpongeBob. Now, remember, No Villains Are Safe makes like 3 videos a week. And most of their videos will cover like series-long things. Like, think about like, what would SpongeBob's prison sentence be? That implies watching the entire series. Okay? And marking down the times where SpongeBob was most like, did crimes or whatever. Or something like, how much damage has Peter Griffin done to Quahog? You would have to watch every episode of Family Guy and hope that there's one where like Peter does some kind of collateral damage. Or maybe there's like a wiki that says like list of episodes where characters go through a transformation. I don't think there would be. I always had trouble with this. When I was doing I did a couple videos similar to this. Like, one I did was ranking every time the Krusty Krab got destroyed. I also did ranking every time the Chumboka got destroyed. I'm currently working on ranking every time Squidward's house got destroyed. That one's probably a little ways away. And something that was a good resource for that was that on the SpongeBob wiki, there was a section under the Krusty Krab page that said times the Krusty Krab was damaged. But I had to kind of pick out some, because there was a couple where it was like, in just one bite, SpongeBob's hat flies off his head when he gets surprised, and it breaks through the top of the restaurant, creating a hole. And I'm like, that's not the Krusty Krab getting destroyed. That's not going to be in my video, or something like that. So I had to go through and use my own discretion. But even that got some of it wrong. Like, my Krusty Krab destruction video wasn't just about destruction. I also included times where Mr. Krabs sold the Krusty Krab. Like, Patty Hype was in that one because Mr. Krabs sells the Krusty Krab to SpongeBob. He trades it to him for Pretty Patties. And that wasn't on the list of times the Krusty Krab was destroyed. So we watched a little after that, after I made the video, after it was well up. It was some episode. It was like a special. I don't remember why I watched it, because I haven't covered it, but it was like a special where SpongeBob and Squidward become like a band or something, and Mr. Krabs becomes their manager, and he pawns the Krusty Krab. He puts it in a pawn shop. And I just was not aware of the existence of that episode when I made the Krusty Krab video. It would have been on the list. It just would have been. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I just missed the episode because I would have had to watch the entirety of SpongeBob. I actually, to this day, have not seen literally every single episode of SpongeBob. There are some gaps in my SpongeBob viewership, to the point where I have a very large video idea that I want to do, which is ranking every time a SpongeBob character got arrested. Kind of with these No Villains Are Safe prison sentence videos has kind of inspired me to do kind of a good version of that, where I talk about every time a character gets arrested and how that serves the story and how that teaches a lesson and all that sort of stuff, and make it like good. And I think in order to do that video, I'm going to have to watch every SpongeBob episode that I've never seen before, just to check if there's something where a character gets arrested that's just like not listed, like on the wiki, so that I don't miss something. So what No Villains Are Safe is doing here is they are making you believe that they watched the entirety of SpongeBob for this video, giving you an idea that they put in a certain amount of work that they didn't. They just didn't. Either they didn't because they only actually... So they either didn't, let's say that the AI answer is they just had AI write them a script and give them a list of episodes, or give them, whatever. That AI did it and they did literally nothing. Let's even give them the benefit of the doubt answer. Let's say they didn't use AI. They only watched those 16 episodes that they arbitrarily decided were the best examples and pretended like they watched the whole show and chose those 16 as the best ones. They did one of those two things. If there's anything that I know that they didn't do, there's no way that they watched all of the entire series of SpongeBob just to make this video. That would be insane. No one would do that. You would not want to pay someone to do that. Even for me, if I go and watch all of SpongeBob, first of all, I'd be doing it for a particularly big video. And secondly, I would take particular notes on each like individual episode so that I'd be able to go back to it and have an idea that like certain things happen. But you can't do that with something as niche as like a transformation. There's no way. Like, let's say when they started the channel of No Villains Are Safe, they did one big watch through of all of SpongeBob that existed at that time. And they took notes on every episode, said what did certain things happen? Is there a crime-worthy thing? Is there things that would be good for like their videos? Let's say they did that in good faith. There's no way they did, but let's say they did. They wouldn't have been thinking about transformations all that time ago. So they would have had to go back and rewatch the whole thing. That's kind of the difficult thing about it. So this is just lying. All that to say. I know this isn't the case, but what if No Villains Are Safe has multiple workers and one worker's job was to watch all 16 seasons for this video? Yes, we addressed that in the Family Guy video. They did, in my most recent No Villains Are Safe breakdown, we talked about a video they did about what percentage of Family Guy are cutaways. And basically they didn't give you a real percentage. They gave you an average and they acted like it was a real percentage. It was very dishonest the way they did it. They like sneakily put it in there. They were like, it's an average for like a second. But if you look at the thumbnail and you look at the thing as a whole, it can slip by you very easily. And I actually calculated how long it would take to watch every episode of Family Guy. And I assume SpongeBob is similarly big as Family Guy. I think Family Guy probably has more episodes than SpongeBob, but still, it'd be a lot to watch. It'd be like over 1,000 hours of work just to watch it. So there's no way they would have that. So good question, but there's no way they would have that. Even creating a master list of stuff like that when casually watching is hard. It really is. It's so hard. When I watched Camp Coral, I had to take notes. I had to have next to me. It's not like just watching the show. Like, it's not the same. Watching the show and watching the show for a job are not the same things. Again, the whole I didn't do anything productive with my week or with my time. They didn't say week. The whole I didn't do anything productive with my time obfuscates that by making it seem like, it's no biggie. I just watched all the show. They actually don't want you to think that that's hard. It's a balance. They want you to think that it's hard and they want you to think that it's not hard. Because if you think that it's hard, then you're going to realize that they didn't do it. But if you think that it's not hard, you're not going to think they did enough work. You're not going to think that they did enough work to justify your viewing time. It's a huge balancing game. And like, they figured it out, like they figured out the way to trick people. It's crazy the things that people do to trick people. When, like, at that point, you should just do the work, man. Like, why figure out all of this trickery? Why figure out all of this, like, ways of lying to your audience, of gaining the algorithm, of putting in just enough footage? Like, wouldn't you be able to put in just as much effort to learn the things that I know how to do and then just make normal videos at that point? I don't really... I mean, I guess not. I guess what I do is harder, but, yeah.
The question that nobody asked, which SpongeBob character had the best glow up?
Okay, that's the main thesis of this video. Who cares? I'm sorry, who cares? What does that even mean? Has the best glow up? What? Like, I know what it means. Like, it means like handsome Squidward. That's not even like the handsome Squidward. That's more of a Oh, it's under me. It's under my face. Hold on, let me disappear for a second. Look, it's under me. Hold on, where am I? Look, it's under me. Where am I? Oh, there I am. Nope, that's a bigger me. I'm trying to make myself disappear. Oh, there I am. All right, so yeah, I'm gone. So I'm just gonna I'll come right back. But look, there's that's like the not handsome, like it's the handsomer Squidward, but it's not the handsome Squidward that we know of. It's from the same episode, but he's so they used kind of the wrong one because I'm sure they're gonna talk about handsome. No, you know what, they're gonna just recap that whole episode. Who am I kidding? They're gonna just recap the whole episode. Anyway, why does this matter? Like, what are you actually getting out of watching this? And I genuinely want to know if you're someone who watched this video. I don't want to make you feel bad. In fact, I want to hear from you. I want to know, why did you watch this video? What drew you to it? Why does this matter to you? Do you not see how meaningless this is? The whole idea of like a SpongeBob character in one episode having a thing where they like look good. Like, what does that mean to you? Are they going to talk about how them looking better had something to do with the story? Are they going to talk about how it's a commentary on like attractiveness or like, perception or confidence or all that stuff? Are they going to talk about that? Is that going to be the video? Of course it's not going to do that. It's just going to say, in this episode, Patrick put on a suit or whatever this is implying. Doesn't he look nice? Doesn't he look dapper? And like, that's going to be it. And like, you understand that if you watch this, you are, I do believe this, you are hurting yourself. Like, you are. And I know it's small. Oh, it's so. Oh, it's just a 40-minute video. Oh, I'm tired. Well, I came home from work and I'm so tired. It's just on while I like make dinner or whatever. Well, put on something more productive, man. Like, okay, there's so many things that you could watch while you're doing anything. And I get it. Like, life is hard. You could work a hard job. You could do this. You could make a million excuses for anything. You're only hurting yourself. All right. Don't do it for me. You're not making my life better. It doesn't make a difference. I watch stuff that has substance, and that's why I'm probably in a place where I could make YouTube videos where I have that kind of mental acuity to do that. But like, you're only hurting yourself by like watching this stuff. Like, you really are. And I don't want to like, shame is a worthless emotion. I don't want to make you feel ashamed. There's no like, oh, I'm so ashamed. I don't want you to feel ashamed. It doesn't matter. You can only move forward. Okay. You didn't hurt anybody. It's not like, it's fine. Like, just the feeling of like that bad feeling. If you're someone who watched this and you feel kind of called out right now, that feeling is just your mind and your body telling you to just not repeat it. That's all that it is. It's not bad. It's okay. You're going to be fine. Like, but this is worthless. This will never do anything to you. There will never be a time in your life where recapping an episode where SpongeBob put on the Band Geeks outfit. I don't know. That's not really a glow up also. That's just a marching band outfit. I mean, like, sure, he looks nice in it and all, but like, every character wore this in that episode. But like, that's never going to do anything for you. And you can watch things that do things for you. Like, you either do, like, the reality is that when you watch a YouTube video, you are either watching a video that is giving you substance or is not. Okay? There is a dichotomy there. You are doing one or the other. A video either does that or does not do that. There can't be an in-between. It either does that or does not do that. That is a binary truth. So between those two things, if you watch the thing that doesn't give you substance, you are getting less substance in your life. And that adds up, that does add up. That does add up. It does make you a less introspective person. And that also adds up socially. That's why these channels are bad, because it adds up across the entire population. Obviously, if, I was saying if AI were banned, even if AI were banned, I think No Villains Are Safe would still operate. But these things being popular, these things being out there is bad for the whole population. For that reason, but also you can be responsible for yourself. It's the element of personal responsibility and social responsibility. The responsibility of yourself to yourself, and the responsibility of just us to keep an eye on the world and make sure that socially things are working out all right. You have to consider both of those things. That's the other thing I want to say. So anyway, of the two, so you're either watching something that has substance or doesn't have substance. Now, you're either watching something that has substance or does not have substance. Now, not all things with substance are created equal. perhaps if, you could say the same thing, you watch one of my videos and I'm ripping on a modern SpongeBob episode. Well, at that point, maybe it's like, well, why don't you watch a science channel that tells you about geology or something? I don't know. Why don't you maybe watch a personal finance channel? Maybe they'll teach you something about how you can avoid getting a predatory mortgage if you ever buy a house. Like, that's productive. Maybe you'd be better off watching that instead of watching and like from there, it's like, okay, when you're having that conversation with yourself of, okay, what kind of productive thing can I watch? That's already a net positive. And hey, maybe that is what you'll find. Maybe you'll be like, you know what, these Jackson Finelli videos, if you're a fan of mine, maybe you will watch something else and you'll think that's more productive. I don't know. Maybe you'll be better off for it. You know what? That's fine. That's okay. I think that my videos are pretty good for you mentally. Like, I kind of go out of my way to try and make sure that they are. But that's important. And I do think that we should make sure that everything we watch has some kind of substance. Now, there's a place for different kinds of substance, obviously. It's not like we should constantly be like consuming like science content or finance content or like personal responsibility, like organizational or things that always like like you're it doesn't have to be like you are like maximizing your productivity, but in general, I think that there's no reason to ever watch anything that gives you no substance. I think that it's just a waste of your time. I think that there's just no reason to. There are things that are substantive and entertaining. There are definitely things that are substantive that are like less entertaining. Obviously, if you're like, unless you're like super into science, but like maybe there's something you watch that's like more educational that like isn't as entertaining as watching like, a video about SpongeBob, even a very substantive video about SpongeBob. And you find the other thing more entertaining, just try to make sure that something in your life has substance. Are we seeing how that is better for you? Like, I think that's pretty irrefutable, that is just better than the alternative, So, yeah, that's all I'll say about that. We'll keep going with the video on the 30 seconds in.
Buckle up your frackin' seatbelts, citizens of Bikini Bottom. We're going to be judging based on how good they look, how big the transformation is. Starting our scorecards out with Karen Plankton.
Hello there, baby. Where have you been all my life?
Karen is one character who's had a constant glow-up arc since like day one. I mean, back in the day, she was just a wall-mounted supercomputer.
Plankton, 1% evil, 99% hot. Yes.
Then there was that very brief scene in Sleepy Time where people swear Karen was in desktop form. It's not exactly canonically coded, but it makes absolute sense that the computer on Plankton's desk is Karen because, I mean, who else would it be? His side computer? Let's be serious. Then, of course, we have the mobile form that debuted in Friend or Foe.
You're both liars. That's not how it happened.
False. The mobile form debuted in the SpongeBob movie. The first movie is the first time we saw the mobile form. Right? That was in the movie. Karen had the mobile form in the SpongeBob. Yeah, they had the part in the Goofy Goober Rock where they were carrying her across. So, see, it got that. See how that might be an AI thing, where the AI went. It's the first episode, or maybe it looked up like that's the first episode. Like maybe it wasn't specifically an AI thing, but like, I feel like that's a little AI of a tell. That definitely shows that you don't watch the show. I'm sorry if you grew up watching SpongeBob. I saw the first movie in theaters when I was like 5 years old. Let's see, 2000. Yeah, I would have been 5 years old when it came out. I saw it in theaters. If you grew up with SpongeBob, I think you know that Karen was in the mobile form in the first movie, and I think that you would know that that was before Friend or Foe. You might not know that that's the first time she was ever in that form, because maybe in your mind there could have been like a season 3 episode where she was, like maybe you just didn't know that she never was in that form in season 3. But this is just it getting it wrong. It just shows that they don't care about the show that they're watching, that they have these inaccuracies. Like, people can make mistakes in their videos, but when you make, like, this many mistakes and when you're like, oh, I don't do anything productive. Like, when I make a mistake in my videos, I think that the audience, and I have made mistakes in my videos, errors similar to this, but, like, usually when I make errors in my videos, it's about, like, episodes that I didn't really grow up on. Like, I don't think I would make many mistakes about like a season 3 episode. But like, I feel like people would know, like, okay, like that's just human error. Mostly because you see my face in my videos, so you know that I'm a person. Probably gives you a little bit more leeway. But when I see this, it's like, well, it's because you're a content farm that you're getting this wrong.
As you can see, even at this point, Karen's come a long way. Her voice is more human, she has agency, personality, the ability.
Her voice is more human. I don't think her voice is more human there. It's a weird statement.
To roast plankton on demand.
What's hollow, full of lies, and leaves a bad taste in your mouth?
Our marriage.
So hers was a steady glow up throughout the series, but peak Karen, she shows up in Tango Tangle.
Happy birthday on...
Wow, this has been the best birthday I've ever had.
So it's Karen's birthday, and Plankton is pulling out all the stops, including physically altering his own body. Now that's devotion or desperation, probably both.
Again, it's just recapping the beginning of this episode where I think Karen wears like a dress or whatever. Why are you showing the whole clip? Oh my god.
Dance class, but the last time they did that, let's just say it did not go well. So this time, Plankton...
The last time they did that, let's just say it did not go well. I hate jokes like that. I hate, like, when the thing, like, that's apparent. Like, the writers of the show got to make that joke where it's like, it didn't go well. But, like, when you say it yourself, it just sounds so cringy. Where, like, that didn't go well for this character. So, yes, we know it didn't go well.
Making sure nothing stands in the way of his plans. Fellas, take notes because this is how you husband.
Love the new stems, Plankton.
Now, I need you to take a second to appreciate the absolute beauty that is Karen in a dress. That is an absolutely stunning fit. I mean, waist wear. Like, who?
God, I can just tell that they don't care about what they're saying. It's like, you can't even, like, this voice actor is just so bad. They're just so going through the motions. I like, just listen to how bad this is.
And appreciate the absolute beauty that is Karen in a dress. That is an absolutely stunning fit. I mean,
that is an absolutely stunning fit. Like, oh my goodness, you sound so bored. Like, and like, why would you? You know, the script is awful. Like, the script doesn't even give the voice actor a lot to work with. Not that I think that I should defend the voice actor that much. I think they're pretty awful at their job anyway. But like, it's just like not. Of course, the AI is simping for Karen. Well, the voice isn't AI, but I guess the text, the chat GPT is into Karen. Or whatever program wrote the initial script. But like, it's just so disingenuous, you know. It's like, oh, we have to appreciate, like, it's, we all know this is nonsense, you know. Like, the whole video is just so nonsensical. It's so pointless that, like, there's just not anything to it. And then the person's like, oh, can we appreciate it? She's in a dress.
Waist wear. Like, who needs that anyway?
Wear the bag!
Look at how the dress flows effortlessly with her on the dance floor. The pearl choker, flawless with a peak dress. Spectacular.
All right, that's it. So they say that Karen has a dress in this one episode, and that's the glow up. Great. What do you get out of this? Like, I'm genuinely asking. You're someone who watches this, and I'm not saying it to make you feel bad. I'm really not. But I really want you to describe to me, what are you getting out of this? You could have watched something else that could have gotten you at least a little bit of something, you know? And I get it. Like, at that point, it's like, ooh, well, like, how do I get the most out of it? Well, you can ask yourself that question once you start watching anything with substance, you know? Why does the video have a progress bar? It's a content farm thing. It's a way of, someone pointed this out in the Family Guy video did this, where every section has a little progress bar, or look, it even has a number. And the reason for that is that for enough people, if the progress bar is almost at the end, people will just let it get to the end because they know it's almost at the end of the section. And that adds up incrementally with the amount of views that they get to just a little bit more watch time. It's just a cynical way of adding, like, watch time, you know, at the cost of you have to put a stupid thing in the top corner of your video. Like, I don't know. But if you have no integrity anyway, so, like, what does it even matter?
Looking, honestly, criminal that we don't see it more.
This makes up for a lot of your stupidity lately, Plankton.
Anyway, that brings us to Bikini Bottom's long-suffering driving instructor, Mrs. Penelope. If I were his teacher.
Next.
Florida.
It's the Bikini Bottom's long-suffering driving instructor, Mrs. Penelope Puff.
Notice that I called her Mrs. Penelope Puff. So we looked at, not too long ago, we looked at the AI stealing Alex Bale's Mrs. Puff theory. Because it was just a theory that got taken by a bunch of AI channels. Not No Villains Are Safe. No Villains Are Safe didn't do any theory videos. But the AI channels, I think 2 of them, of the 4 AI channels that we looked at that stole it, 2 of them referred to Mrs. Puff as Penelope Puff. And I didn't even know that was her first name because I'd never seen the episode that called her that. So I just think it's odd that now with those 2 videos and this, it goes Mrs. Penelope Puff. And I think that that's an AI tell a little bit. Like, it's hard to say because like you could probably reasonably, if you were someone who knew that her name was Penelope Puff, you would probably be like, Mrs. Penelope Puff this, like to like have a little more flair in the writing. But I don't know. I think that the fact that it's kind of an obscure piece of knowledge that that's her first name. She's called Mrs. Puff so often. I think the first time we even hear that name is, someone said what episode it was. It's a later episode, like the first time we even see her name. It wasn't in classic SpongeBob. It's not like how like Sheldon Plankton, there's the whole scene in Plankton's Army where like they make fun of Plankton for being Sheldon. So like people who grew up watching SpongeBob have seen that episode and know that his name is Sheldon. Eugene Krabs, they call him that all the time. Penelope Puff is kind of obscure. I didn't even know that was her name. And I just think that that's because the AI scans the wiki for the character and the wiki says Penelope Puff. It's the first line of the wiki when you search up Mrs. Puff. And I think that that's just the AI calling her that as if that's a common way to refer to her when it actually isn't. And the fact that we've seen it in 2 videos that we know were AI, or that I think we know, what was it, SpongeTruths? I think it was ones we knew were AI, like for sure, but like in 2 other AI videos and now it's in this one, weird.
What do you do next?
Florida.
No, don't floor it.
Florida.
Stealing a joke from the show.
Honestly, this woman got the patience of a saint. I would not have been able to handle SpongeBob if I were his teacher.
God, I hate I would not have been able to handle SpongeBob if he was my... Oh, really? Really? Yeah, it's almost like it's a cartoon and it's being overly exaggerated for the sake of telling a story. And again, I'm speaking to people who would watch this. This makes you look at things badly. Like what I just said, are you aware of that? Are you aware that the reason, like, do you understand? I'm speaking directly to people who would watch this, if any of you are there. If any of you are watching this right now, who have watched this content, who watched this video and were like, yes, this was entertaining. You understand that when No Villains Are Safe says that I wouldn't be able to be SpongeBob's teacher, it obfuscates the real reason that SpongeBob is a bad driver. Because the real reason that SpongeBob is a comedically bad driver, that he's always destroying, crashing and Mrs. Puff puffs up, it's for the purpose of telling a story. And it's for the purpose of telling a story, and that story is meant to reflect a behavior that we should improve on. SpongeBob fails his driving test because he is anxious. He's overly, he's always overthinking his driving test, and that's why he fails. So when he fails his driving test so often and so spectacularly, it comments on that kind of behavior. Now, there's other episodes that can explore it differently. For example, in like Doing Time, Mrs. Puff goes to jail because SpongeBob is a bad driver. The message of that is that sometimes you get in trouble for, ways that are unfair. We as the audience should feel like SpongeBob should have gotten in trouble, not Mrs. Puff. And that comments on that human behavior. And do you see how like when No Villains Are Safe reduces what is actual media literate understandings of things that improve you as a person, improve your understanding of the world, improve your understanding of these shows, makes them more entertaining to watch. Shows are more fun to watch when you think about them this way, guys. I'm telling you. It's more fun to watch a show and think about it in terms of what is the audience trying to say. I'm sorry. It's more fun to watch a show in terms of what is the author trying to say. It's so much more fun to watch shows like that. If you're watching a show and what you're getting out of it is, if I were SpongeBob's teacher, that would be terrible. You are not getting the most out of the show. You're not getting the most out of your life with that. You really aren't. Like, it's more fun the other way. I promise you. Try it. It's much better. And you have better conversations with your friends about shows. Like, you have so much more to talk about when you actually discuss media, and like it's just all around better. And no villains are safe because either AI is incapable of understanding that, or no villains are safe is so shallow, whoever is behind it doesn't care about that sort of stuff, and they're just trying to find whatever it is that they can say to keep the video going. They ignore that. And they just reduce it to, if I were SpongeBob's teacher, wouldn't that be terrible? Yeah. SpongeBob's driving struggles are relatable to me. Obviously, I wasn't doing cartoon stuff, but I did fail my driver's test a lot due to anxiety. Same. I only failed my driver's test once, but it was totally anxiety. I took a wrong turn, and it screwed the whole thing up, and it was probably because I was anxious, you know? I don't know. My mom tried to cheer me up afterwards, trying to say that the proctor screwed it up, gave me the wrong turn. Gave me the turn too early, and that was why I failed, but I think she was just being nice. I think I was like SpongeBob. And you know what? Because I watched SpongeBob, I was able to process that and understand that. And maybe because I processed that and understood that through these SpongeBob episodes and through that lesson, maybe that's why I only failed my driving test once instead of multiple times. I don't know. Who knows? When I try to talk to my friends about themes in SpongeBob, they always say it's just for kids, noted they don't watch SpongeBob anymore. Everyone's situation is different, but you might need new friends. I'm not going to say dump your friends over that. I'm saying that attitude from people could be an indication that they're shallow in other ways. You know, so I just say would look out for that. You know, like if you have a friend who says like, it's just for kids, like it doesn't matter. Obviously, it's not a one size fits all rule. Maybe they're the best friends ever. I don't know. Maybe they die for you. I don't know. I don't know who they are. Maybe they're awesome. But like, keep an eye out. You know, like, are there other things about them that are shallow? You know, like, are they, you know, they're like, that could be an indication of like, it's an indication of a deeper thing, like on its own being like, oh, I don't like care about SpongeBob episodes. Like, I know it sounds silly to say that like that's a bad attitude, and it is a bad attitude, but like that it's an indication of deeper flaws. So like, look out with those friends, like see, you know, do they say similar stuff about the state of the world? You know, if they say, oh, SpongeBob is just for kids, and then maybe you ask them like about, you know, wars going on or something, and they're like, like that doesn't affect me, it doesn't matter to me, you know. I feel like there's a correlation between those two things, and again, I could be totally wrong. Maybe your friends are like super progressive and like super anti-war or something. I don't know what they are, but I feel like there's a correlation between those two things. It's more that they don't understand, rather they actually think bad writing is excusable. Yeah, and I think some people, they get insecure about it. That's why I try to not make people feel bad about watching stuff like this, because I don't want people to feel like insecure. People lash out when they feel insecure, like they feel like they're being talked down to, and people hate admitting when they're wrong. I would know because I've never gotten a commenter. No, not never. I actually have gotten commenters that have conceded and said, oh, wait, you're so right, after I've argued with them. But it doesn't happen often. Usually they'll just stop replying. That's usually when I know that they're out of things to say. But people, people feel insecure about it. Like, people really do hate feeling like they're dumb. And you're not dumb. If you, like, not knowing something doesn't mean you're dumb. It just means you don't know it yet. Like, that's like, do we think that every 5-year-old is dumb because they haven't learned about physics yet? You know? No, man, they just haven't learned it yet, you know? Like, and I'm not saying, you know, I guess I just said that you're like a 5-year-old, but like, why is that offensive? You know, like, Not knowing something is just not knowing something. It's a neutral thing until you're made aware that you don't know something. Like if someone tells you, hey, you don't know this thing, and then you refuse to learn it because you're stubborn and insecure, well, now you're actively allowing yourself to not know something. And that not only makes your own life worse, but that contributes to broader, lesser knowing in the world. And that has negative consequences.
Anyway, Mrs. Puff does not have many glammed up appearances, maybe because she's still depressed after you know what.
Then what happened to Mr. Puff?
Why are you talking about this? Oh my goodness, it's just going all over the place.
Poor lassie. I mean, between that and being SpongeBob's teacher, you can kind of understand why she's not much for fancy outings, but she, more on that.
Right, whatever.
And even proper.
What's the glow up?
Her actual to be a bit chaotic for me. I mean, eating up that overcoat and hat. Okay, wait. The color combo here might actually be a bit too chaotic for me. I mean, purple coat, lilac fur, green sun hat with a purple feather, blonde hair, red.
It's the... All right, so they're just saying that the outfit... They're just saying the outfit in... Oh, no, they're not. Wait, why is there... There's another Mrs. Puff?
Was on a date with
Fancy.
Why is there another
things
Mrs.
up
Puff?
several notches on. So maybe not the best of looks, but all in all, still a serve. Her next blow up though takes things up several notches. It just happens to take place in the ScumBob episode.
This restaurant is so fancy.
Wait, why is there two... Why is there two Mrs. Puffs? I don't care. Is that a mistake, or are they just doing some characters multiple?
I think Sandy doesn't have a lot of glow up moments, and well, you'd be right for obvious reasons.
I'll show y'all.
Assume change glow up in the episode. Hard to with his to return doesn't look like boo to the gold stripes kiss of a scheme works perfectly for gold purple bikini up, but he's situation schmold made so underrated because it kills the color. But Sandy's other look jacket and then the night goes really hard.
Wait, why are
doesn't
so
look bad
okay?
at
So
all.
it's like 4/18 sections, but some characters are 2 sections.
Oh,
Boots with spurs that jingle jangle.
Play your song.
that one goes
So some characters
really
just have
so
2
under-
sections.
but never
I don't
which brings
care.
us to
I'm already like
it's time to get married.
I'm already so done with this video.
The way to get the
When you told him you'd marry money if you could, and you didn't think it was a tiny bit too sus that a gorgeous.
Oh my goodness. I just have to hear how it takes this episode too seriously. It's going to talk about Married to Money. I feel like this is going to be particularly annoying of a recap. So let's go with being angry.
Of course, this gives Plankton an idea, and if you've ever watched even like 2 Plankton episodes, then you should be able to guess what happens next.
Oh, careful now, careful.
Okay, this one's on you, Krabs. Plankton literally got all bug-eyed and would you now when you told him you'd marry money if you could, and you didn't think it was a tiny bit too sus that a gorgeous cash lady you've never seen before in Bikini Bottom.
My God. Do I need to explain why that's a dumb? It's just cinema sins tier. It's just cinema sins. It's just cinema sins. Just put the dinger. At that point, you're already doing all the tricks. You got this. Just put the sin counter. Just put the sin counter at this point.
Suddenly and conveniently shows up at your restaurant. My brother, come on. We've all fallen for it at least once. You know what? It's your funeral. You do you.
The name's Krabs.
It just said like 4 platitudes in a row. Look, listen to this.
Us that a gorgeous cash lady you've never seen before in Bikini Bottom suddenly and conveniently shows up at your restaurant. My brother, come on.
My brother, come on.
We've all fallen for it at least once.
We've all fallen for it at least once.
You know what? It's your funeral. You do you.
You know what? It's your funeral. You do you. That's 3 platitudes at the end of that sentence, or at the end of that statement. Like, all for the point of criticizing a fictional character because he was. Yes, it's a silly situation. The point. Again, this is supposed to be. It's supposed to make a statement. He's a greedy person, so he wants to marry money. It's a statement on the phrase married to money that generally when someone is too at work and too obsessed with making money and doesn't give a lot of time to a partner, they're called married to money. And the episode takes that literally by having Mr. Krabs marry money. And then they also make it a plankton formula stealing episode. That's what it actually means. And it's fine. I think it's a fine episode. I don't mind the episode.
Name's Krabs. And yours?
Kashina.
Would you make this old Krabs Day and allow
The video is so overwhelming. I'm thinking it's sped up. It is sped up. I always speed up these AI videos. It just helps with the pacing of the videos. I always have them at 1.25 speed. Hi, first stream. Is No Villains Are Safe bad? I've watched it before. It's cheesy though. Oh, I'm glad to hear from you. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, No Villains Are Safe is very bad because beyond any of their AI accusations, my problem with No Villains Are Safe is that all they're doing is they're recapping the episode and they're not providing any value to the person watching it. You aren't learning anything by watching this. You aren't gaining anything by watching this. So what I would like to, I responded, what I would like to hear from you as someone who's watched No Villains Are Safe is, what is it that drew you to No Villains Are Safe? Not only did I respond to you, I'm very interested to hear from you. Yeah, let me know, like, what you thought about No Villains Are Safe. Like, I'm genuinely trying to know. I don't want, like, I'm ripping on No Villains Are Safe. I am not ripping on the people who watch No Villains Are Safe. I want to know why people watch No Villains Are Safe. That's what I care about. Because, you know, like, it's, you know, my criticism is on the people who make this garbage, but I do want to understand why people watch it so we can best understand how to, like, deal with that, and also how to, like, kind of convince people out of watching it, because I think people shouldn't watch No Villains Are Safe. I think that it's bad for you. I think that it just, I think that you just, I said a bunch of stuff earlier. I'm not going to repeat myself. You could watch it as a stream highlight. I also put these unlisted later on, but I like the way they analyze the crimes of my favorite characters. Like, I imagine in the past that, hey, I killed thousands, doopy-doo, and the villain just gets live, I guess. It's fun. Oh, so you're saying you like that they analyze the crimes of my favorite characters. Oh, okay. So if I had to guess what happened was, so you probably don't know this, but the crimes are not accurate in No Villains Are Safe. Like, they're, like, we went over it. You have to look at it really deeply, so I understand you not knowing that. But so it's not, so there are videos on YouTube. There's a creator. If you actually like that, you should watch Legal Eagle. Legal Eagle doesn't really do this much anymore. He used to. Now he's more, now he more talks about more contemporary political issues regarding law. Which is probably more necessary in today's climate. But a few years ago, Legal Eagle did a bunch of videos where he's a lawyer, and he talked about how he analyzed shows, including SpongeBob. He did a SpongeBob one with, like, how actual laws would apply to the characters instead of, like, No Villains Are Safe, where they just are like, they get $1,000. They get $1,000. I love Legal Eagle. Look at that. The person who just said that they like that the No Villains Are Safe had the crimes loves Legal Eagle. Yeah, exactly. Hey, I bet you'd like, I'm planning a video actually, because the concept of a character, like, going to jail or, like, their crimes, that is a good concept. Like, I do agree with that. It's just that the way that No Villains Are Safe does it, like, did you notice while you're watching No Villains Are Safe, and it's so okay if you didn't notice, it's designed for you to not notice this. I cannot stress that enough, how nice I want to be to the people who were roped into watching this crap. It's the first time you ever talked to the streamer. Well, look at you, center of attention. I'm enjoying your feedback, your answers to my question. So, what I am asking you is, did you notice when you watch No Villains Are Safe that, like, the entire video was just recapping episodes and playing footage? That was, like, the whole video, like, other than the very minor, like, you'll get $1,000 fine for littering or whatever, and most of them are $1,000 fine, which are made up, by the way. But did you notice that they're like, it's like all recapping, like, that is the whole video, might as well be. I want to be aware, because I'm like, it's a little bit, but I thought that was like he was analyzing it. Thank you for your answer. That's actually very insightful. I like that answer. I wonder how true that is for a lot of people as well, because that makes sense. Because you're supposed to recap an episode to talk about it. Even I'll recap an episode sometimes to talk about it. So that's actually good insight. So I guess I could consider that as a reason. Yeah. Yeah, try to look out for that in the future. Anyone watching this, not just the person I'm directly speaking to, but yeah, try to look out for when you watch a channel, especially a channel you're not super familiar with, try to look out for what percentage of the video is just them recapping and like how much of the video is them actually sharing their own thoughts. Does the video have a thesis? You know, is it trying to make its own point, or is it just recapping the episodes? It's an important thing to look at, but these are things that people should be, these are things that people need to be taught. Like, you don't know this if no one tells you. Like, the reason that I know this stuff is because I studied the arts. I studied writing. I went to college for it. That's why I know this stuff. That's why I do this stuff. I want other people to know. If people knew how to do this on their own, I wouldn't have a job. Or I'd have a different job. But like, the reason that I do this is to teach people about this stuff. If people already knew it, why would I be teaching people? But yeah. You love writing. You are working on a horror book. Well, best of luck to you. Do I like your profile picture? You made it. It's hard for me to see it. Let me look at it. Your profile picture is wonderful, Droplet Cat. It's very wonderful. And I'm glad that you made it. My profile picture was made by my fiance because I am not an artist like she is. Unfortunately, I'm sure I've watched AI video essays at some point and didn't realize they were AI. It happens to everyone. Don't want you to feel bad about it. Don't want you to feel bad about it. I do not want to shame the audience. I want the audience to understand and improve and think critically about what they're watching, but I do not want people to feel bad about it. That is never my intention. Especially if you're watching me now. I mean, you're watching me. You're in my audience right now. How can I? And I love you for being here, my audience. I don't know. AI script sounds super weird and inconsistent. Yeah, there's different ways of identifying it though. Like, there's just different levels of it's about just the understanding of the specific subject, you know.
Me to take you to a place where you could buy me dinner.
She has to buy you dinner? I mean, it's not great the plankton's trying to steal your secret formula, but you're not exactly making it easy for us to root for you, Eugene Tightfist.
Wait, that's all. Is that a criticism? Are you serious? Dude, that's the joke. It's money. Why would it not buy him dinner? He's going out with money. Do I have to explain this to you? Are you serious? That's gotta be AI. How would a person not get that that's the joke? Right? Wouldn't that be AI being like, the guy is asking the girl out and telling her to pay. That's not usually what happens. Wow, he's really greedy, without understanding the context that the whole joke is that she's money. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you went on a date with sentient money, it would pay because it's money. Okay. Unbelievable.
Could you make this old crab's day and allow me to take you to a place where you could buy me dinner?
She has to buy you dinner? I mean, it's not great the plankton's trying to steal your secret formula, but you're not exactly making it easy for us to root for you, Eugene Tightfists.
First lips.
Whoa!
Kashina doesn't seem to mind anyway, so I guess I should stop taking aspirin for someone else's headache. Plus, their date goes so well, Crab's ready for Kashina to meet his daughter.
I may have found you a new mom.
Yeah, that line delivery sounded like a real person, but just sounded terrible. That was such bad diction. Listen to the diction here. Like,
An aspirin for someone else's headache. Plus, their date goes so well, Crab's ready for Kashina to meet his daughter.
plus the day goes so well, crab ready, cash in. Like, you're choking on your words, man. Like, oh my goodness. How are you like? This has gotta be some underpaid, like, bad actor. Like, there's no way. Like, this is some pro. Like, they gotta be skimping on it.
I found you a new mom.
What does the video mean by best glow up anyway? It just means, like, the character is in, like, an outfit where they, like, look better. Like, a glow up is, like, when you, like, go and, like, get, like, a haircut or something like that. Or, like, you know, or like you put on like a nice suit like you're going to a wedding or whatever. Like that's like a glow up, and it's just taking episodes that vaguely resemble that and recapping those episodes and then saying, doesn't the character look good? And that's it. That is what it is doing. That is the level of analysis here. This is worthless content. You do not gain anything from watching this.
No way! I have seen stepmoms in movies, Dad, and then she won't let me go to the ball, and then I'll never meet my Prince Charming!
Slow
Yeah, like
down, honey.
it's focusing on like Pearl having the conflict about like having a stepmother.
Charming's for fairy tales. Plus, we've seen your idea of Prince Charming, and he was the human embodiment of mid. So trust me, if Kashina keeps you from meeting that guy,
I hate. I just keep saying it over and over again because it bothers me so much. But I hate when they take characters that seriously. Oh, you think Prince Charming was a nerd from that other episode? Like,
she's doing everyone a huge favor. You're lucky though, because Kashina's actually kind of cool.
And I was all, you call this a mugging? And then I suplexed him until he gave me my purse back.
Anyway, now that Kashina and Pearl are besties, Crab's ready for the next big.
Tell me the secret formula.
Obvious.
It'd be me wedding planner.
at this point, they should just re-upload SpongeBob episodes. Well, that's basically what they're doing. So that's the point of No Villains Are Safe is to put in as little commentary. I don't consider a commentary, but it is like distinct. It's legally commentary, or not legally, but like what could be considered commentary. To put in as little of what could be considered commentary to the point where they can just put in clips of the show. If No Villains Are Safe could just put in clips of the show, they would. If No Villains Are Safe could put a black box that hypnotizes you into staring at it, they would just do that. They don't care about what they're putting as long as it gets people to stare at the screen. It's insane that Paramount has not clamped down on those channels. The reason that they haven't is because you can't meaningfully go after these channels without going after channels like mine. And the people who make SpongeBob are they want people like, honestly, Paramount, I don't think they care about this. I think that from a business perspective, I think that they're just glad that their show is being talked about. Because perhaps if you're Paramount, you might not like this video, because if someone is watching this video, they're not watching the actual show. But that's the same about my videos too. I think it's just kind of free advertising for them. I feel like if you are an executive, if you own the rights to SpongeBob, you would not want videos like this to exist, but you would want videos like mine to exist, because my videos will, well, maybe you don't want videos like mine to exist because I criticize SpongeBob, so maybe not. But like, from a principled standpoint, this is like kind of just stealing from you completely. Whereas something like mine is providing commentary. But either way, it is advertising for the show. It keeps the show relevant. Like the fact that SpongeBob is one of the most popular shows on YouTube for people to talk about is good for the business of SpongeBob. It's in their best interest that people make videos about SpongeBob. Also, I'm pretty sure legally fair use is a thing. I don't know how much of like fair use. Fair use is like a legal defense. People throw around the term so much of fair use. But I think actually like commentary is like allowed. Like I do think that like there is an element of legally they can't take. I feel like there would be an argument where if Paramount really cracked down, I feel like they would be able to shut this whole channel down, and I think that they would be able to be legally in the right for it. But I feel like they'd have to fight for it to the point where it wouldn't really be worth their time. That's what I think. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I don't entirely know. I would have to know a little bit more about law. I bet Legal Eagle would know. But it would be pretty difficult.
Great, here's your butt.
IDK, before I had a short clip joke from Invader Zim and Viacom took it down and I even got flagged. Clip joke? What was the context? Was it in a broader video? How long was the clip? Was it longer than 6 seconds? Because if the clip is longer than 6 seconds, they can nuke you. That's in my videos. My clips never exceed 6 seconds, and I've never had a problem with copyright. Did it have music in it that also can nuke you? And was it in the context of a larger video, or was the whole clip, like, was the video itself just the clip of the joke? Because these are all important pieces of context. Yes, it was longer, 20 seconds. I think. Yeah, that's why they're gonna knock you. Oh no, it was a short clip. Sorry, the clip was not 20 seconds. The clip was not 20 seconds. I feel like AI shouldn't be fair use as AI is inherently stolen. I think that generative AI shouldn't exist. But yes, I agree. I agree that if generative AI does exist, it shouldn't be considered fair use. Even beyond that, No Villains Are Safe claims to not be AI. So, like, you kind of have to go off of that a little bit. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, I think I was supposed to say this. Make sure to like the stream, guys. Like the stream and subscribe, and go into the description and subscribe to Jackson Finelli Podcast. I post all of my stream segments there. You can watch me when I'm not live, and I cut out all of the, like, ers and ahs, and it's a little better paced, and all that. That channel's been doing really well, by the way. That's been a huge deal that I've been able to put the stream stuff on this separate channel, and that it's been getting traction. Been very big for my production lately. Very good. This is off topic, but do you have any recommendations for someone trying to become a better writer? Besides watch my videos? Yeah. Look up let me recommend some books. There's a book called The Screenwriter's Bible. I read it for college. That's a good one. The Screenwriter's Bible. I'd recommend that one. I don't know any what books do I have off the top of my head. I got a couple. That's the most I can really say just off of that. But I guess the last thing that I'll say is, one, every single line in a story is important. So every single thing that is said should matter and be important to your story. And two, every story is a communication of your personal perspective, either by showing a character who has a perspective that you agree with that is rewarded positively for having that perspective, or more commonly, having a character who holds a perspective you disagree with either be punished for continuing to hold that perspective, or be punished and then change that perspective and then be rewarded at the end. That is every story. Every story is that. Better stories are better at doing that. Beyond that, there are a billion subtle little things in writing that I could be here all day talking about, and you could watch some of my videos that will do it. I guess last thing I'll say, some of my best videos for writing, honestly, the Camp Coral video. The Camp Coral video will tell you everything about what not to do in writing. Beyond that, some easier, more palatable ones. Watch Modern SpongeBob Doesn't Understand Basic Storytelling. It's the thumbnail with Patrick's ass in the laundromat. And watch Modern SpongeBob Doesn't Understand Imagination, which is the idiot box video. It says soiled it, and it shows the imagination box. Those are, I would say, if you are an aspiring writer, those are the two videos of mine that have the best foundations of writing philosophy. What about when you simply don't get any own ideas? I really try, but my mind just wants to copy what other people make. Any attempt of changing something basically is blocked or very small. Oh, that's interesting. You have... That problem is usually the opposite of most people. Most people have lots of ideas, but have trouble executing them. Let me think. When you don't have any ideas, my mind just wants to copy what other people make. The fact that you're aware of that is huge. You know, you might be a little too hard on yourself with the idea of copying what other people make. Every story is different, but also most stories are the same, if that makes sense. I don't want to get too What makes you credible as a source for writing advice? Me? Well, that's for you to decide. I mean, if you think you can watch my videos. If you think I'm a hack, then you don't need to listen to me. That's really for you to decide. I mean, if you want to, I have a master's degree in creative writing. I graduated with a 4.0. And I run a YouTube channel where I have almost about 15,000 subscribers after doing it for about a year and a half based on my analysis of writing. So I've gotten a good amount of attention just from that. And I write all of my scripts never using AI. But beyond that, really, it's just if you think I'm a credible writing, good writing is in a lot of ways subjective. So really me being credible as a source for writing advice, that's for you to decide. You have to watch my videos and decide if I'm a hack or not. Anyway, what the other person was saying, when you don't get your own ideas, what I would say is, let's see, if you ever, a lot of characters are just, a lot of characters are archetypes. And generally, like, let's say, you didn't say anything about if you've ever written a fan fiction. But I'm just kind of extrapolating that you said that in your mind it wants to copy what other people make. So let's say hypothetically you're someone who's written fan fiction. You didn't say that you were, but let's say hypothetically you were. You can take like a fan fiction if you wrote it, and you can just kind of change the names of the characters and change all of the stuff that is, that belongs to other people. And then from there, you're going to find your own ideas. And then once you change enough, because that's really not plagiarism, because most of the stuff that you are taking is not the characters themselves. It's the tried and true archetypes, which are public domain. So like let's take Mr. Krabs is on the screen right here. Mr. Krabs is a ornery, greedy business owner. Okay. SpongeBob did not invent that character. Neither did Disney with Scrooge McDuck. Neither did the whoever created the Greek myths. Neither did the people who created the Greek myths who created King Midas. Okay, these are tried and true archetypes. Most stories have an element of things that have been told before. Basically, I think the best way for you to get your own ideas is to introspect and think about something that you really care about. Let's see. I mean, I am personally, you're going to see, because I'm working on my Animal Farm video. So I'm a socialist. I don't like capitalism. So the show that I'm writing is about anti-capitalist themes. I come from that as a thing, a idea of, I see this system that I think is unjust. And a lot of ideas can flow from that. So if you think about stuff that you really care about, a lot of times the characters can flow from that. But anyway, based. Thank you. Wait till you see my Animal Farm video. You'll save your bastes for that. Had to delay it a week. Wanted it to come out last week. I'm a little late on it, but I had to really make sure it was good. Rather a delayed video that's really good than a rushed video that's not good enough. You know what I mean? I'll answer one more question. I'll get back to the actual stream subject. Hi, first time I caught your stream. I think you should try reviewing some MLP episodes. They would fit your reviewing style, I think. I've never seen MLP. Sorry. I didn't watch it as a kid. It's tough, It's hard to go into things that I didn't watch when I was young. At least when it's like kids media. It's kind of my struggle. There's, what's the big one? Oh, people keep telling me to do Amazing World of Gumball. It was after my time. I didn't watch it as a kid, so it's hard for me to get into it now when I didn't watch it as a kid. I know, time to binge, yeah. Like SpongeBob is easy for me because I watched SpongeBob as a kid. It's hard to get into shows that I would have watched as a kid. All right.
I ain't gonna stretch this dollar until it.
I mean, anyone's not, but not when it comes to actually listen. Then he tells or something because he was dating with my that his X Factor.
So this is the whole thing.
I saw that everything was very warm. Most
they double dipped on the same episode.
But not even.
Oh wait, no, they didn't.
We are
Dens?
give warm most. pop some culture. I mean, not does.
That's right.
That's not a glow up. It's not a glow up when he's a king. He's just like a king. You're not even doing the video subject right. Like, at least with Karen, like the first one, it was like, oh, she like put on a dress. So like you could make a statement about like, oh, Karen is a computer. So like it's the computer wife. So the computer wife, you know, said she's a computer. She wouldn't really have like conventionally attractive looks. So like the fact that she wears a dress is a way of her almost embracing herself and her own confidence, even though that she's a computer screen. It didn't do any of that because it's shallow, and all it did was say this is an episode where Karen puts on a dress and did a bunch of recapping and said, doesn't she look nice in the dress? But like it could have done that. And like I'm sure if someone is watching it and they want to get something out of it, I'm sure that they extrapolate all of that. But because No Villains Are Safe is so shallow, it makes them do all of that extra legwork and they think about that themselves. But this isn't a glow up. He's a king. Like, sure, like I guess like kings like look good or whatever, but it's like it's just a costume to show that he now has power over the sea monkeys. It's not a glow up. It's just, did we ever even put down what they qualify as a glow up? They just said glow up. They didn't really establish it. Maybe they had I don't know, maybe they had a more specific rule set in here. I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure they're just, why would they have a rule set? This would have violated it if they had a specific rule about it. I think it's just a character in a different costume that I guess would look better rather than worse, and a king I guess counts for that.
Bring me all your valuables. What are those dentures? Hand them over.
Come on, those are someone else's dentures, man. That's fracking disgusting. Not exactly.
Yeah, it's disgusting because it's a gross out joke in a cartoon. First time watching the show. It's not even a bad joke, by the way. Like he's greedy, so he even steals the guy's dentures because he's taking everything because he's evil. But I guess to them it's frackin' disgusting. By the way, frackin' is because they know kids watch this. And I guess that's kind of inoffensive in a video like this, but they'll cover like Family Guy and their thumbnails are really gross and they use, you know, like, there are times where it's pretty bad that kids watch it. It's not really relevant to this video that like, I guess this wouldn't be that inappropriate for kids, or this wouldn't really be inappropriate for kids, but some of their videos are. And they say stuff like frackin' because it's just they want kids to watch their video and be recommended it.
Helping my globe. Napoleon.
Guys are
Glow up even. The kingly robes, the scepter, the crown. Plankton's living his best authoritarian life.
You guys are idiots. I'm the smart one. I've got the best ideas.
As far as I'm concerned, no Plankton glow up even comes close to this one, because here he's like the ultimate triple threat. He's got the looks, the money, the power. King Plankton's peak Plankton. But can I say something real quick before we move on to the next character with an even more insane glow up? A computer obviously said cool, accurate form. Our next scene look from Go some perfect like we beat crafting her YouTube. Yes. Now buys. Glow up and kitten heels and pretty much SpongeBob is ready for prom. Okay, the boutonniere planning actually sent me. But SpongeBob is ready for prom and so is Pearl.
We gotta get back to the limo.
A limo!
Pretty pink dress plus a limo prom ride. Total serve. You could have swapped out the go-go boots for some kitten heels into the prom, but you know what? All in all, not a bad look. Good job.
All right, what? Like, look at us. Okay, Pearl wears a dress in the prom episode. Like, how much recapping was that from Pearl? Look, I could tell because of their stupid little bar. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to say Pearl wore a dress in the prom episode.
Because there's only one fish in the sea as long, tan, and handsome as he is.
When I was a wee lad, I wanted to grow up to be like long, tan, and handsome right here. But anyway, Krabs tries to get...
Yeah, I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did, voice, who definitely never watched this show.
Pearl replacement date, but honestly, I don't know how he could possibly beat Mr. Handsome over there.
Here, take SpongeBob.
The fry cook!
Of course, Pearl grumbles for a bit before he can beat Mr. Handsome over there right here.
Take
Weird employee is her date to prom. There's just one problem.
Oh, Gary, I'm a prom failure. I couldn't even get a date for my own junior prom.
SpongeBob, my guy, you were literally ranked top 3 on a YouTube glow-up list by some rando on the internet who spends way too much time analyzing cartoons. So when I tell you got this...
Oh my god. Who spends way too much time analyzing cartoons.
You got this. A burly despise from the very bottom of my fucking feet. And at the risk of having rotten Krabby Patties thrown at me, what's it called again? Sure,
Why are some of them two?
Step crap. Evil. Just not.
I don't care.
Okay, I see. My I said.
Good evening, gentlemen.
This is 40 minutes. This is 40 minutes of recapping episodes where characters just wear different clothes. They got 40 minutes out of this. I think when the people behind No Villains Are Safe die and inevitably go to hell, because that's what they deserve for making this. When they are in hell, I think that their like hell punishment needs to be that they need to live through all of the collective time that they tricked out of people on Earth when they made these videos. Whoever's responsible for this, weighted by who is like the most responsible for this and like the least responsible, you know, like all those people who are being taken advantage of in Brazil making the thumbnails because they underpay people in Brazil to like do their thumbnails or the editing or whatever, you know, these desperate people that are being taken advantage of, you know, I'm not really one to say what their divine punishment should be, but the person who's really responsible for this, I think that's appropriate, right? You know, I think that should be their like Sisyphusian, you know, punishment.
Fancy top hat, the self-actual for these mold skinny puff.
Why, yeah.
Can't fix transfer no
Magic store.
the other four. So is the name of the
They
episode,
said that
by
one
the
of
way,
his
not-
glow
I'm
ups.
just saying.
They said that one of Patrick's glow ups is when he becomes Patricia in that one episode. Are they gonna have anything to? There's so much you could say about that though. But Patrick didn't like being Patricia. Like I know the other characters found him attractive, but like the episode is about like I think it actually is a way of doing an episode that is about gender dysphoria. I think they just did it the other way around, where Patrick is a cis man who is now dressing as a woman, but prefers to be a man. I guess that is kind of how you would read it. So like there is an element of that there. I wouldn't take that away from the episode. But Patrick doesn't like being Patricia. Is like the point of the episode is that he wants to be who he identifies as, which is a man. He doesn't like the way that. Also, I think this episode does also make a very good statement about how men can be creepy towards women. I think that I watched this episode recently, and it actually does have a really good, because Squidward and Mr. Krabs are like harassing Patrick as Patricia, and I think it actually it's a great way of hammering that message home, because as a guy we watch the episode and relate a little more to Patrick, so we see ourselves as Patricia in that moment, and it makes us understand guys being creepy to women more than we would if they were like creepy to like Sandy or whatever. It's kind of a clever way of teaching that lesson, I felt. Pretty progressive episode for its time, I think, for those reasons. Anyway, I wonder what it's gonna say about him being Patricia, because he didn't like being Patricia. Like that is a part of the story.
Oh, what was that laugh? I guess a glam sash can't.
You are not allowed to say what was that laugh. Have you ever heard some of the laughs from this voiceover person? Like they have done very weird laughs. I don't know if I can find a specific one, but if you've watched my stuff long enough, I've definitely made fun of a lot of their weird laughs.
Fix everything. Does bring the boys.
He just did a weird laugh. You're making fun of their laughing. Like, that's a normal laugh.
To the yard, though. First, Mr. Krabs. Believe it or not, even Squidward.
Who are you?
You, my Rubenesque beauty.
The rest of the episode sees Krabs and Squidward getting increasingly cringe, trying to win Patricia's affections.
Are you sure about Saturday night?
How about Sunday brunch?
But the whole thing pushes Patty
Getting increasingly cringe. So see how I just said a few moments ago? Pretty unprompted. Like, it was just, like, that was just off the top of my head, my analysis of this episode, where I was talking about, like, how it's a way, like, the reason they make Patrick dressed as a woman get harassed is so that a guy can more easily learn how a woman feels being pestered by guys all the time. See how I made that analysis off the top of my head? Like, that wasn't even how well I would say it if I wrote this as a script for a video. And this is just like, they get increasingly cringe. And, like, that's it. It's like they're going out of their way to not analyze. You know what? I bet No Villains Are Safe, whether they're AI or not, I bet they go out of their way to not have analysis. I bet if the AI... let's say they're not AI for a moment, just to make it a little easier. Let's say No Villains Are Safe is not AI, which I don't think they are. I think they are AI. But let's say there was like a writer behind No Villains Are Safe, and which there is, by the way, there would be a writer because if it is AI, they have AI first draft, the writer does second draft. And let's say the writer of the No Villains Are Safe video is thinking exactly what I just thought about how the story function of Patrick being a woman and getting hit on is to teach the lesson of, like, why guys are creepy. Or is to teach the lesson that guys being creepy to girls is upsetting. And by having Patrick be in that role, we, as a guy, can now relate to Patrick and be like, oh, wait, that would actually be awful. And it allows us to understand how women feel. Now imagine if the writer of the video, or the person who works on the script of the video after AI does it, had a take like that. I wonder if they would go out of their way to not include it because it would be too dense. It would be too much. Because if they said that about this episode and this episode only, well, then they'd have to have a take about every episode. You know? If they talked about the story implications of Patrick's glow up in this episode, they would have to do that for every single section, all 18 of them. And they don't want to do that, so they actually have to keep it a certain level of shallow in order for their videos to keep going. You know, because I think about that too. Like, if I have a video, like my Krusty Krab video, every time the Krusty Krab gets destroyed, I talked about how that was narratively deserved for Mr. Krabs. So every section of that video had to talk about how Mr. Krabs specifically deserved the destruction of the Krusty Krab, or did not deserve, depending on it. And there were some episodes where that was actually kind of difficult to do. But I committed to that general thesis because it made for a more interesting video. But it was also a video that was more work. And people who make content farms are allergic to more work.
to the breaking point, he decides to reveal himself, but then the man with the briefcase comes back and Patrick finally learns he was just marketing his getaway resort. The look on Krabs and Squiddy's faces when they realize the woman they've just been simping for is Patrick is pure gold.
I think I need to take a shower.
The look is just, it's pure gold. Why is it pure gold? Why is it pure gold? Is it because it's satisfying that we see these two men who were creeping on this woman and the joke's on them that it's actually a dude that they know? And now they're really embarrassed, and that's the narrative punishment for their negative actions in the episode. Is that why it's satisfying? Oh no, it just is because it is. It just is pure gold.
So let me get this straight. You're not a woman? No.
Tallying up for Lady Patricia looks like transformation there, except for that laugh, like S-tier glow-up territory. This brings us to number 2 in our list of best glow-ups in Bikini Bottom, and it's none other than the beloved Sponge Robert Squarest Pantsis. And it's now we had this King big plus there are subs that some find
It's going through a bunch of episodes. Which one is it?
SpongeBob. SpongeBob show.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know this episode. So I don't care.
Eat hottie. Why not?
I mean,
SpongeBob soon. Hey, on.
This is when he makes himself look all fancy because he's all rich. Again, similar to the Plankton one, this is more of a, like, I guess this one applies a little more because he's making himself look a certain way, but this is like a rich guy stereotype. I don't think he's supposed to look better. I think he's supposed to look rich. So it's all, it's just all muddy. It's all over the place.
I don't think before. It's not Squidward. Don't not that blame.
Wait, it's saying.
It's a B-roll. I became a SpongeBob fan. Top tier episode.
Oh, it is. It's saying that SpongeBob in the Band Geeks outfit is. That's just an excuse to recap Band Geeks, right? Everyone wore this outfit. Why is it specifically for SpongeBob? See a recap Band Geeks. I could go for a recap of Band Geeks right now.
I guessed it. It's from Band Geeks. I mean, we can all recite this episode line by line at this point, right? Just kidding.
I don't think you can because I don't think you watch this show. So...
Not really. Anyway, when the episode starts off, Squilliam Fancyson, Squidward's arch rival, in a human embodiment of insufferable, goads Squidward into starting a band.
Ah! Get out of here. No, I don't want to watch
Love.
Speaking of love, we're
sorry, that came out. It just clicked another thing.
now the iconic Sponge at this point, right? Just kidding. Goads Squidward into starting a band. And because Squiddy's way too zero hairline, Beatty takes embodiment of kidding. It's from Band Geeks. I mean, we can all recite this episode line by line at this point, right? Just kidding. Not really. Anyway, when the episode starts off, Squilliam Fancyson, Squidward's arch rival, in a human embodiment of insufferable,
You're the human embodiment of insufferable. Or the human/robot hybrid embodiment of insufferable, if we're discussing the channel as a whole, that I think is AI. The human embodiment, again, just criticizing the character.
goads Squidward into starting a band. Because
Also, is Squilliam that insufferable? Like, he's kind of mean to Squidward. But I think Squilliam is likable to everyone except Squidward, because he bullies Squidward. Like, he's insufferable because you're seeing the scene from Squidward's perspective. But wouldn't Squilliam be, like, kind of charming in real life? Or wouldn't Squilliam be kind of charming?
Squiddy's way too easy to rage bait, he takes it hook, line, and sinker, completely forgetting that he has zero band, zero plan, zero hairline, zero time.
How many of
Again with the weird, like, the audacity to say that thing about the laugh earlier. The audacity.
you have played musical instruments before?
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Is mayonnaise an instrument? Classic.
Fortunate.
What does that add? Other than you just stole. So it's funny. I did a Band Geeks video recently, and I think one of my personal favorite parts of my Band Geeks video that I think is kind of peak my channel is that I explained why the "is mayonnaise an instrument" joke is funny. Like I actually like broke it down. And I had to put in the audio of the "is mayonnaise an instrument" to be like, it's this joke. But I actually was explaining what the joke is. I actually cannot fathom making a video about an episode and just putting in a joke and going like, classic. And it doesn't have anything to do with anything else. Like, that is so lame. Beyond lame.
I have enough talent for all of you.
No, you don't. You don't even have enough talent for yourself, buddy.
Maybe we should
You're one to talk, no talent. Like, you don't have enough talent for yourself. Ugh. But Squidward succeeds in this episode. Imagine, like, criticizing Squidward as an artist. It's so silly.
play so quietly, no one can hear us.
Okay, now I actually feel bad for poor Squidward. He might be the living embodiment of sad and pathetic, but he's our living embodiment of sad and pathetic. I relate to him on a personal level now that I'm an adult. Squilliam, on the other hand, makes my...
I relate to him on a personal level now that I'm an adult. I thought you were talking about SpongeBob as a new outfit. Why are you doing this? Childhood is when SpongeBob, adulthood is when Squidward. Like, what is this?
Blood boil. Unfortunately, talent doesn't really care about morality, and this is what the Band Geeks have devolved into.
Well, his claws ain't
Wait,
for...
what'd you say?
Unfortunately, talent doesn't... level now that I'm an adult. Squilliam, on the other hand, makes my blood boil. Unfortunately, talent doesn't really care about morality, and this is what the band geeks have devolved into.
Well, these claws ain't for just attracting mates. Bring it on!
No, people.
Oh, so now the talking cheese is gonna preach.
Notice how there's so many more quotes in the Band Geek section. Because they know it's a more popular episode. So they know that, again, I've said this before, and I know I repeat myself a lot in some of these, but sometimes some points bear repeating. The reason that No Villains Are Safe and SpongeTruths and any of these content farms will put in clips of, like, iconic jokes and stuff is because when they put in these clips and you're watching it and you laugh, it hijacks your mind into you thinking that No Villains Are Safe made you laugh. So you're laughing at jokes that the SpongeBob writers wrote, and because it's this video, you're like, oh, No Villains Are Safe made me laugh, when they didn't. It was actually the SpongeBob writers that made you laugh. So it's just another way of getting unearned praise, unearned attention.
The whole disaster is too much for Squidward, who proceeds to have a full-on meltdown. Can't really blame the guy. I mean, it's a full show with a drooped head, the waterworks, the whole performance. This moves SpongeBob so deeply, he makes a speech. And whenever SpongeBob makes a speech, you better sit down and pay attention.
My contempt for this. You better sit down and pay attention when
When your little Jimmy was trapped in a fire, who...
Go back to rehearsing, and on D-Day, when
watch my Band Geeks video, because I analyze this speech. I like all of the stuff that No Villains Are Safe is like, just like saying is happening. SpongeBob makes a speech. The people get in a fight. The Band Geeks all get in a fight. Squidward, Patrick says is mayonnaise an instrument. All of these things, I actually analyze these things. Like, actually watch my Band Geeks video and compare it to this section of No Villains Are Safe and really think about the difference. I really do implore you to do that. It will teach you so much about what to look for in your media and how much and how easy it is for media to not have the correct things in it. So that's my homework for you. Go find my Band Geeks video.
William comes to gloat, Squidward gets a pleasant surprise.
Where's your band?
Also, more if I'm in the mood of giving out homework, this is an easier one. Just like the stream and subscribe if you haven't already. And go in the description and subscribe to Jackson Finelli Podcast. It's where I post the stream highlights. That's an easier one.
They couldn't come. That would be my band. This is exactly how I pictured your band would look.
I don't know what Squilliam's talking about. This look is...
They missed... Wait, there's no way they watched the show. There's no way the editor watched the show. I'm sorry.
This is exactly how I pictured your band would look.
We know what the shot right after that is, right? We know what the next it's SpongeBob going like it's him doing that little dance. Like, that's the next shot. If you're gonna steal the episode, how do you not put that in? Unless you just know nothing about this show. Like that, like I can't think of any other reason. Bye, I had fun. Hey, thank you, Droplicap, for your honest answers earlier. I appreciate that. I appreciate your insight. So thank you for being here. Jackson, what's your least favorite pre-movie episode? Boring answer, but it's probably I Was Stupid or Dumped. Like, I think that I was the most critical of The Bully as far as pre-movie episodes go, but The Bully is too funny. The Bully is an extremely funny episode. So, like, as far as raw entertainment value, I just can't rank it lowest. As much as I think its message is probably the most harmful. Jackson, would you ever make a SpongeBob theory? If I had a banger idea for one, and if I could implement my own personal writing philosophies into the theory. So like a theory from me would not be the same as like a theory from like game theory or Alex Bale, because I have a little bit more of an emphasis on like, writing philosophies and stuff. And I would want that to be a part of the theory in general. I mean, if I came up with like an idea that didn't have that, I'd probably put the audience first in that regard and would make something that I think would be really good for them. But it's got to be really right. The idea's got to be really right if there was one. I'm not going to force a SpongeBob theory if I never come up with one. I'm not bad at coming up with theories. I actually, one of my most popular videos on my gaming channel is a Donkey Kong theory. When Donkey Kong Bonanza came out and they did the whole thing with the weird timeline where like Pauline is a kid, but like Donkey Kong is supposed to be the grandson of the original Donkey Kong. I did a theory video, and it's one of my most popular gaming videos, is actually about a Donkey Kong theory. I did a timeline theory, and I had a whole thing. It was very similar to like, well, I don't want to toot my own horn. Alex Bale's probably a little higher quality, but I think I did a pretty solid job on coming up with a theory and a unique idea. So I'm not my mind is capable of coming up with theories. I just think SpongeBob has been very picked clean on like solid theories. I don't know, man. I feel like you can't get deeper than skin theory. Like, I feel like I wouldn't have to top skin theory. I don't think you can. But, like, I need to come close. I need it to be in the ballpark. I need to be playing the same sport as skin theory. I don't have to win, but it need to be really, really, really solid. Skin theory is good. Absolutely. I need to rewatch Skin Theory, because I want to go over SpongeTruths stealing Skin Theory soon. I think that would be a fun video.
I don't know what Squilliam's talking about. This look is fire. It's simple. It's classic. It's ignore whatever SpongeBob is doing, please. The glow up, okay? The glow up.
Oh, then they put it in.
Oh, comes during the performance. Bro,
Do I want to know what Skin Theory is? Yes, you do, because it's a very good SpongeBob video. Just search SpongeBob SquarePants Skin Theory. It'll be like the first thing that'll come up. It has like millions of views. And it says like skin, it just says big red text on the thumbnail. It says Skin Theory. And it has like an image of like characters like unzipping. It has like the gorilla from I Had an Accident. You will not regret it. You will not regret it. Very good video. Don't watch the SpongeTruths ripoff. Doug Woolwalker. Yeah, it's like their only video too. Like they didn't even, it's not even like an Alex Bale, where like Alex Bale is like a career YouTuber and a filmmaker. It was like just someone made like one video and just like, it was like, it just was huge.
My jaw will never not drop when I get to the scene. Obviously, we can't play the clip for copyright reasons, but even from the beat.
Obviously, we can't play the clip. They have had trouble with copyright. No Villains Are Safe. Ave had he said once that one of their videos like got taken down. That was like a Family Guy video. It's in one of his shorts. So they do sometimes struggle with it. But you can't play the song because the songs will get copyrighted more often. I even say stuff like that. I've never had trouble with copyright, but I also would never play a song. What's your favorite post-movie episode? Tough question. Post-movie episode. It's so broad. Man. I feel like there are season 4 and it's definitely in season 4 or 5. I feel like there's one I like more than Krusty Towers. I feel like that's where my mind's going to. I think I like Selling Out more than Krusty Towers. Krusty Towers might be funnier though. You know what one I really like? It's actually the sister episode to Krusty Towers, but Mrs. Puff You're Fired I think is a really solid post-movie episode. I love Skill Crane. I don't have an immediate number one, unfortunately. It's not like favorite pre-movie. You say, what's your favorite pre-movie episode? It's Dying for Pie. Dying for Pie. Just an easy answer for me. is dying for pie. But post movie's a tough one. Like specifically. Ink Lemonade's your favorite, yeah. Ink Lemonade might be bottom. Bottom episode is I think it's still gotta be Truth or Square. I think Truth or Square is my most hated episode of SpongeBob. Truth or Square's gotta be bottom. SpongeTruths uploading while I'm streaming? No way.
B-roll, you can see that SpongeBob is eating. Make that devouring, actually, this performance. This right here is why I became a SpongeBob fan. Top tier episode, top tier glow up, top tier fracking everything. Do I even need to do a drum roll before I reveal our winner for biggest glow up in all Bikini Bottom? Because that one for me, no, 11. Because I'm not known glow up that actually we all do. But I am a YouTuber. So before that one, let's talk about a lesser known glow up that actually comes very close to the iconic Squidward glow up. Now, before you come for me in the comments, I'm not talking about the episode itself. I'm only talking about the glow up itself, and it's only lesser known because it comes from season 15, a certified ScumBob season. Rich, looking to invest in pure.
Whatever. I don't. What's it gonna talk about Handsome Squidward? Do I kind of like? Do I need to even like? Yeah, so it talks about Handsome Squidward. I don't really.
It is perfection. So amazing to the point that it breaks the cartoon reality barrier, becomes a cultural reset for all humanity. I'm not exaggerating.
So similar to what I said about Band Geeks, I did another video that was about this episode, The Many Faces of Squidward, where I like rewrote it. I did like a good how that episode could have been a lot better. Again, I think that a good experiment, if you're interested, you should watch my video on it and then watch this section of this video and just compare how much more shallow this section is. And I'll say that without even watching this section. You know, I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even have to watch it to know. I know it's nonsense. What was that? Why is
29 million views on a video turning Will Smith into Handsome Squidward? It's not even the only one. Cartoons should not be able to do that, but Handsome Squidward did. We literally got actual human beings trying to get surgeries to look like Squidward. I'm talking real life.
I'm so done with No Villains Are Safe right now. Okay, All right. No Villains Are Safe. Wow. Oh, okay. So, yeah, so I think the last thing I want to say is to anyone who watched No Villains Are Safe, who enjoyed No Villains Are Safe, I want to hear from you. I want to know why you like No Villains Are Safe. What do you enjoy about them? How did they get you? And has anything I've said in this video about how they're shallow, about how you get nothing out of it, has it resonated with you? Have you thought differently? Do you have a better idea of what you should be looking for in media? And lastly, most of all, I don't want you to feel bad if you ever watch this, if you ever watched one of these videos and thought they were good and thought they were this. You know, Jackson, I appreciate your strength because I can't imagine watching No Villains Are Safe without commentary. I enjoy it because I'm doing the commentary. I enjoy what I do a lot. I like what I do. I like my job. I have a lot of fun tearing these apart. I had to take a break recently though. There was one week where I just did not do AI stuff because that was like not getting to me. Like it was just like I was just not feeling it, and I was like, I got to talk about something else. But like, yeah, I enjoy it because of you guys. I enjoy it because I know that I'm sharing. I know that I'm actually, I don't know if I'm making a difference on like their subscriber count or their view count or anything, but I do know that there are people who comment all the time and say that they don't watch No Villains Are Safe anymore because of me, or they don't watch SpongeTruths anymore because of me. And I think that's great. And I think what that shows is that people do care. And that's why I never want to make people feel bad for having ever watched this stuff. You don't need to feel bad about it. Like, and I'm so glad you're here. Like, if you're watching me right now, whether you're in the stream right now, or if you're at the end of the video that is the edited together, you know, stream segment, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're watching me. You're watching someone who is better, you know? And you know what? Don't take my word for it. You know, go watch my stuff. Just try to decide for yourself. You can never really know for sure, you know? You know, obviously I think I'm right, but I'm me. But yeah. So yeah, thanks for tuning in with No Villains Are Safe. I can't look at their stupid profile picture anymore, so I'm going to click away from it. Bye bye. No Villains Are Safe. Bye bye. And on to Sponge Truths. But I am gonna go to the bathroom first, and then I'm gonna change the thumbnail. I'm gonna change the thumbnail first, actually. And in the meantime, make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream, everybody. I see that there's 97 likes, and there's more viewers right now than there are likes. So some of you out there have not liked the stream. All right? And I do know who you are. No, I don't. I don't know who you are, but liking the stream does help. It does help it get pushed out. And the more viewers I have on these streams, the more streams that I will do. There is a direct correlation. For everyone who's in the audience right now, as we transition into our SpongeTruths video, here is the new thumbnail. How you like it? We're going to be going over, I guess, what was SpongeTruths' most recent video, but it's not anymore. And it's going to be called And this stream is changed. The title is SpongeTruths Running Out of Ideas? We're doing a double feature today, guys. Double feature. Double feature SpongeTruths video. Yeah, so I need to use the bathroom. Now let's show that we are better than these, that we're better than people who watch AI, all right? Not that there's any shame for you if you ever got stuck watching it, but, we have good attention spans here, right? I can go to the bathroom and I'm not going to lose you, all right? I'll be back real soon, all right? 2 minutes tops, all right? Stick around. Show us how good of an attention span you have, because there's lots of good stuff coming up there. All right, I shall be right back. Just give me like 2 minutes. Bye-bye. All right, I'm back. All right, I have returned. All right, how are our attention spans, everybody? All right. How are we all doing? I would love to see you doing the SpongeTruths profile picture pose for a thumbnail. You know, I took these pictures a while ago. I think I need to take new ones. Someone was saying they liked my face in this, that I had a silly expression. I need to take a couple new ones. I feel like I'm reusing them a lot. I did like a little photo shoot for the thumbnail pictures a little while back. And it's a whole setup. I have like a whole thing. Like I have my camera. My flash actually broke. Makes it a lot harder. I had a flash and I put it on top of the camera. It used to be kind of in the background, and I knocked over my cabinet and broke my flash. It still works, but it's like it's annoying. I have to like tape it together and hold it up in order to make it take like a proper picture of me. So to do thumbnail pose photos, I have to do like a whole thing. Yeah, I love the expression. Thank you. But yeah. All right. So apparently SpongeTruths has posted a new video like while I was streaming. Oh wait, let me test. Let me just make sure my mic didn't disconnect. Just make sure that's all good. Okay, we're fine. Like to check that. Get out of here. All right. Apparently SpongeTruths already posted a new video while I was streaming. I'm so curious about this Cartoon Corey thing. This is nuts. This is bananas. They're not a very big channel. I don't really need to cover them right now. I'm already kind of I already kind of have a whole thing planned for SpongeTruths. They're not that, yeah, they're not that big. I'm going to investigate them a little bit, and then I'll do another stream for them later. So, Cartoon Corey, tune in, I think, next Sunday. I think I'm going to do a little Cartoon Corey deep dive. I think that might be one. Okay, SpongeTruths. SpongeBob's most childish moments. SpongeBob's most childish moments. I cover this. This might have stolen from me, guys. We might have to pivot. Hold up. I might have to make a new thumbnail. Hold up. Hold up, guys. Guys, look. The controversial legacy of Grandma's Kisses Bad Lesson. SpongeBob's most childish moments. I mean, I know they're not the same thumbnail. I feel like this is going to have my stuff in it, right? I need to skim it. If I skim it, if it looks really damning, I need to skim it a little bit. I need to check. We'll get to the main subject soon. Hold on. That's crazy.
SpongeBob is somewhere around his early 30s. I mean, he's a grown adult man after all.
Wait, I think I literally said that. Did I say that in that video?
So apparently...
I said that's... No, I said that in my Sheldon SquarePants.
So apparently SpongeBob is somewhere around his early 30s. I mean...
I think... Hold up. I think I just said that in my Sheldon SquarePants video.
Without actually stating what SpongeBob thinks, it keeps the house, but SpongeBob is a weird guy, so it makes sense. And I just think that this weird guy's normal parents should live in a normal house.
I said it because I was talking about how they lived in a retirement community. SpongeBob's parents live in a retirement community, and it makes you kind of know, it gives you a better idea of his age, because when someone's in a retirement community, you assume that they're kind of elderly. And a bunch of people commented and were like, well, you could live in a retirement community when you're 55 plus. And I'm like, I know that, but in a TV show, when you see retirement community, you don't assume like, oh, well, they're exactly 55 and are just eligible. You assume that they're elderly. That would be my rebuttal to those comments. I don't know if I said one specifically, but anyway. Oh, here it is.
Are in a retirement home, well, then he either had older parents or he's much older than I thought. Like, usually you'd be like, what, in your 70s if you're in a retirement home? So I guess if SpongeBob was 35 and he was born when they were 35. Okay, you see the problem?
So look, I'm there. I'm questioning the SpongeBob age, and the beginning of the SpongeTruths video is SpongeBob is 30.
Apparently, SpongeBob is somewhere around his early 30s. I mean, he's a grown adult man after all. He lives alone, holds down a steady job, pays his own bills, and yet this is also the same guy who had an emotional breakdown at his grandma's house because she stopped giving him cookies. Now look,
guys, I think I gotta cover this one. I think I gotta cover this one instead. I think I need to make a new thumbnail. Guys, who's Cartoon Corey I got here late? He's a channel that really looks like they're AI, but they apparently did a live stream where they proved that they weren't, and I think I'm going to investigate them. But I think I need to wait until next week. Oh, I think I need to make a new thumbnail. You guys want to watch me make a new thumbnail? That could be fun. See my process. Oop. I gotta make a new thumbnail. This is crazy. This just came out. All right. Look, get out of here. A little bit of behind the scenes. Okay. All right. Gotta make sure I didn't put any images of personal information in Photoshop. I'm pretty sure I don't. I'm pretty sure it's all just my thumbnails. And actually, let me check. I do photography. I don't want to put anyone else's. Let me see. I'll just bring it over once I open the document. Okay. Yeah, see, I'm like running out of my faces. Like, I feel like I just did this one. Didn't I just do this one? This face? I try not to repeat the faces too much. Like, look at my... Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what I did recently. What faces did I use? Okay, I just did, like, the surprised one. Responding to comments. This one didn't have my face. Okay, I haven't done the pointing one in a while. We'll do the pointing one. All right, cool. Great. Let's get... Yeah, I'll do the pointing one. What should the text be? What should the text be? I love stealing. But it was just SpongeTruths saying, I love stealing. He loves stealing. He loves to steal. Oh boy, here I go stealing again. Doing this on the fly. Okay. Loves to steal. Oh. Let's see. Okay, my other ones come up here. Loves to steal. And then we got... I need an image of SpongeTruths himself. The man himself. I'll take it from the other thumbnail. Maybe I gotta flip him around. Let's flip him around a little bit. Not feeling this background, the Shell City background, or the trench background from the movie. I feel like he's gonna get blocked by the... Maybe if I do like a... Oh, I think that's a good one. Oh, yeah, there we go. Alright, so I'll put like my face like there. And then we'll put like SpongeTruths like there. I just feel like it's too much going on in one thumbnail. I feel like it's too much. Make the fish like he's copying homework. I don't have time to do that kind of crazy stuff. All that. Oh, that would be good though. You know what? I might want to do it. I might want to do it. I think you're right. Can I borrow your homework meme? Where is it? It's like the image with like the two kids like copying off. Oh no, it's not homework. It's cheating off a test, right? Off a test. Where's like the image? That's not good quality. This is like a meme one, right? The meme. Isn't there a meme cheating off a test? Oh, I like it. This one's Mr. Bean. That's a good one. Maybe I won't use my real face. Maybe I'll use like my... is this easy to tell? Can we tell what this is? Nah. Its aspect ratio is too thin. I'd have to like stretch them out. Nah, it's not a good one. I like that one. Oh no, but you can't tell that it's SpongeTruths looking because I have to block the face. You know? So like... It's like this is the guy cheating on the test. And like that's me. So like this is SpongeTruths. And like that's you watching. Okay, so... Oh, you know, it kind of looks like it a little bit. Like, you know? Can we kind of see it? You know, so like it's that. I don't think it reads. It doesn't read, guys. It's not working. Nah, I can't do it. It doesn't read. You know, like meme images, they don't really read on a thumbnail. It's really hard to make it read. It was a nice experiment, though. It was a nice experiment. Do you have a schedule for your streams? Do you stream whenever you feel like it? I try to stream at Sundays at 3, but yesterday was Mother's Day, so I was with my mother. And then the week before, I posted the Camp Coral video on Sunday because it was so huge. My usual day to post is Saturday. I wasn't able to... I didn't want to stream the day I posted the Camp Coral video. Sometimes I stream the day I post videos, but I wanted to leave the Camp Coral video because it was 2 hours for the audience. So it's usually Sundays at 3. But generally, if I'm not streaming on Sunday, I either try to stream on Saturday or Monday. So it's generally around that time. All right. Let's get this going. Okay, so then we get that, and we get this. Okay. No, that did it wrong. Trying to get the screenshots of the thumbnails for the thumbnail. My whole process here. All right. We are going. All right, so we got the SpongeTruths thumbnail. I think SpongeTruths is too big in it. All right, let's just get it in the idea. You know what? I think I need to remove me. I think I don't need to be in it. I think I'm okay. Some of the thumbnails don't need my face in it. It's okay. I'm humble enough to admit that. SpongeTruths can stay in it. He's the villain. Let's put the arrow up. Make the arrow a little bigger. And stretch it out a little bit, yeah. And then SpongeTruths himself gonna go, ooh. It doesn't really read. This is a tough thumbnail. Particularly difficult one to put together. No, not that. Wrong one. Let's see. Maybe it's more... Maybe I need to be smaller? And then... Let's change the angle? It's the size, so they're similar size. Yeah, it's about close enough. So if I put that there, and it's just not reading, man. It's a tough one. I don't know. I'm not liking it. I'm not liking the thumbnail here. Ugh. So tricky. All right, I guess this could just be the live stream thumbnail, and if I wanna change it later, maybe. Oh no, you know what? That's the answer. SpongeTruths should go below the arrow, above the thumbnails. That's what it was. That's the answer. There it is. Okay, that's much better. All right, and now I'll angle them ever so slightly. And I'll make them a little bigger to kind of negate the dead space below. Okay. I feel like that maybe I'll put them closer. Yeah, because I don't want it to lose too much of the thumbnails themselves. Yeah, it's all right. I'm gonna just change the background color of this. That saturation. I can make it red, but I'd have to make the arrow yellow. Could go with the greenish there. I'll go with that. That's fine. Kind of makes the SpongeBob stand out a bit. And I'll make his shadow darker so he stands out a bit more. There we go. All right, I think that'll work for now. If I want to change it later, I can. There we go. Thumbnail made. Thumbnail made. Oh, is that an old one? Oh, okay. SpongeTruths Steel thumbnail. There we go. All right. Let's shift up our thumbnail. We enjoy our little behind the scenes of me making the thumbnail real quick. Watch, after all that, he didn't even steal. Like, maybe it's like not, because I didn't watch it yet, so it doesn't mean he stole from me. That part in the beginning was weird, though. Where'd it go? Here we go. He loves to steal. Okay. All right. Here we are. You should make him progressively more evil, grinning in every thumbnail. That'd be funny. All right. Let's get into it. Let's watch SpongeBob's most childish moments. Sure. Even if this doesn't really steal from me that much, it's clearly going to be a very hollow video. SpongeBob's most childish moments. So already the thesis is
adult man after all. He lives alone, holds down a steady job, pays his own bills, and yet this is also the same guy who had an emotional breakdown at his grandma's house because she stopped giving him cookies. Now look.
That's not really what happens in the episode at all. Like, it's already, like, clearly that's not from me, because if it was stealing from my video, it would have a more media literate take there. Like, it would say the actual reason why that matters, like how that works in the story, like how the fact that him not eating cookies with the grandma is representative of his, character arc and all that. Maybe it will take that. Like, I remember in the Bizarro Bottom video of his that stole from me, it said the stuff like there's no story here and all that. But yeah.
SpongeBob has always been what you'd call an adult kid, right? A man-child. However, you'd also know that the adult part is doing a lot of the heavy lifting here, because unfortunately, SpongeBob acts more than just childish sometimes. But I guess since the word childish itself is pretty broad, the question is, what kind of childish are we actually talking about? And if we're looking back to the show, there's a version of childish that's genuinely charming, even heartwarming. And then there's a version that's just embarrassing to even look at. And then there's a third version, one that easily becomes a disaster when you carry it too far. So fortunately, more...
All right, so it looks like it's covering multiple episodes, so that would be a little different from my Grandma's Kisses video, because my Grandma's Kisses video... I mean, I did cover Squid Baby at the end of the Grandma's Kisses video, but I don't think it's talking about Squid Baby.
More often than not, SpongeBob has a good childish side. In fact, I think this is what made us fall in love with the show in the first place. And one of the best examples...
Yeah, kind of cold take, but yeah, the thing about SpongeBob that makes it such a good, like, kids show is that it has that balance between it's, like, enjoyable for kids to watch because they can relate to SpongeBob on a childish side, but adults still enjoy watching it because SpongeBob acts in a way that is more relatable to us. Whereas if you have a show where the main character is a kid who goes to school, people who are a little older might have trouble relating to that character. It's a way of making SpongeBob a more timeless show for everyone. And by timeless, it's not even time period, it's timeless in terms of age.
I can give you is Idiot Box from Season 3. The whole story is pretty simple. One day, SpongeBob and Patrick order a giant TV just to get the box it came in, and Squidward, who sees them doing this from his window, he thinks they're idiots.
Just when I thought they couldn't get any stupider.
Because, of course, what kind of normal adults would do that? But then he starts hearing all these sounds coming from the box. Mountain climbing, explosions.
All right, I covered this episode too.
Explosions, robot battles, and every time he opens it to check, there's nothing inside. Just two friends sitting inside a cardboard box. The rest of the episode is basically Squidward losing his mind, trying to figure out how they're doing it. However, the real trick behind all that noise is that they're just imagining it. That's it.
Not as long as we have our imagination.
They're just two grown men sitting in a box, completely...
What is this wobbling thing that they do?
...committed to whatever world they've
I
decided.
hate this so much when they go, the faces like wobble back and forth. They've been doing... Didn't the No Villains Are Safe video that we looked at not too long ago do that too?
It exists in there. There are no tricks, no gimmicks. And now Squidward is the one who looks ridiculous by the end, because he kept trying to force his brand of logic into something that was never about logic. SpongeBob and Patrick didn't need a real spaceship or a real racetrack. They just needed to believe it hard enough. More than that, I think there's something actually kind of...
Feel like that took... I'm going to see my Idiot Box video. See how similar that is to what I said. My Idiot Box video is a little far back. Where was it? Oh, no, I went too far. Oh, it's not that far from Grandma's Kisses. Never in my life have I ever absolutely the
important box. Idiot Box, as a story, is driven by one important object, which I will refer to as the imagination box. The box is introduced as nothing special. In fact, when the box first appears, you may not even think it would be the thing that dominates the plot of this episode, as the scene is much more focused on what is in the box, a big screen TV, which is promptly thrown by others in favor of their own imagination, which is represented by the box. The narrative then establishes the rules of the box. Rule number 1, it is ambiguous whether or not the box has magical adventures SpongeBob and Patrick claim to have, but the narrative gives the box enough plausible deniability that it could in fact just be an empty box. One possible explanation that Squidward himself ponders is that SpongeBob and Patrick just have a tape recorder and are messing with Squidward. Or, if you look a little deeper, perhaps what Squidward is hearing is the fun that SpongeBob and Patrick are having with their imaginations, which since...
So that's kind of what SpongeTruths said here a little bit. So I said...
Not out how they're doing it. However, the real trick behind all this bass noise is that they're just imagining it. That's it.
Not as long as we have...
They're just imagining it. So that's kind of what I said.
Is the fun that SpongeBob and Patrick are having with their imaginations. Perhaps what Squidward is hearing is the fun that SpongeBob and Patrick are having with their imaginations, which since...
So what I said is what Squidward is hearing is the fun that SpongeBob and Patrick are having with their imaginations. And SpongeTruths said...
Doing it. However, the real trick behind all that noise is that they're just imagining it. That's it.
So, yeah, so SpongeTruths said the exact same thing, but... SpongeTruths said it as an absolute, like that is like the answer, where I said it as ambiguity, because the point of the episode actually is that it's ambiguous. It doesn't ever confirm what the imagination box does. That's the point of the story. If it did confirm either or, like if it confirmed that they actually had a tape recorder or their imaginations were magic, or Squidward was just hearing it because their imaginations were just, they were just that good at it. If it confirmed any of those things, the story wouldn't work. The story only works if it's ambiguous. So SpongeTruths saying that it is that is actually not understanding the story, because AI can't understand the story. It just took, I assume, from my video when I made that statement, and it put that into its training data, because my video is a very prominent video on this topic. It's a very prominent and a very recent video on this topic, so it has a more like fresh perspective on it. I'm sure there are much bigger videos on Idiot Box that are a lot older, but I feel like it could have taken from mine, and there probably are older videos that have that too. Maybe it didn't particularly take it from mine. You know, it's always alleged stealing this, that. You know, if there's something that I think is really blatant, and there has been with SpongeTruths, by the way, if there's something really blatant, I'll point it out, but I could assume that it takes, but let's say it did take it from me. It took my statement of the box being just their imaginations is one of the possibilities. It framed it as the possibility, and it makes you look at the episode in a worse way. So this is actually an interesting way. If you look at this, you can consider the idea of some people who will defend AI will say that, well, it comes from somewhere. So if the AI has an opinion, it will be an opinion that someone else had, but the AI is just like giving it. The AI is just figuring it out. It's thinking on its own, just as a human would. And this is where we can kind of see where that has failed, where it takes either from my video or from someone else's. Someone was talking about how the box could be the box could just be their imagination, and is saying it like it's fact, like that's the only part of it, because the AI can't really understand the context, so it's going to get it wrong. And also that is a statement that is media illiterate. It's not understanding the actual episode and what it's really about and what its themes are, so it creates an inferior opinion that weakens our perspectives of shows. Pretty much how that works. So its critique is just going to be villainizing the Bob, since the second it sees a bad trait, it flips completely. Most likely, we have been seeing this a couple of times. We saw this with the video I just covered on Narlene, where it did an anti-Narlene video, and it did a video a little while back that was an anti-Patrick video. So I feel like because this video is weighted against SpongeBob, it said, write me a video where SpongeBob is childish. The video is going to be very biased against SpongeBob because that's what the prompt did. Whereas, didn't the Patrick is a bad friend video reference Grandma's Kisses and say that Patrick was a bad friend because of Grandma's Kisses? We'll look at that we'll talk about Grandma's Kisses. We already know that, but we'll come back to that. Set traps for the AI in your vids that only AI could pick up on and take seriously. It'd be too hard to figure that out. I can't make my videos with AI stealing them in mind. It also doesn't happen like that often. Like, you don't know which videos are going to get picked up by their thing.
Not as long as we have our imagination.
They're just two grown men sitting in a box, completely committed to as the one who looks ridiculous by the end, because he kept trying to force his brand of logic into something that was never about logic. SpongeBob and Patrick didn't need a real spaceship or a real racetrack, they just needed to believe it hard enough. More than that, I think there's something actually kind of profound about Idiot Box. Most adults, like Squidward, spend so much energy trying to be seen as serious. We're trying...
Did I say something like that?
Ambiguous, the narrative succeeds in communicating the lesson of the importance of imagination. The episode also focuses quite a lot on boxes, as shows focus on the point of imagination. He's wrapped up in the idea of seeing and hearing the literal things, the same way he would by watching TV. He's wrapped up in finding a button or a switch that makes the box turn on.
Man, can you just hear the difference in just how my scripts are structured? Like, it's night and day, man. Like, I don't mean to toot my own horn, but like, if you don't hear the difference, like, get your hearing checked.
He's wrapped up in the box itself, but it's not the box, it's the imagination. Squidward never overcomes this character flaw. In the final scene, he nearly gets it and almost accepts that it really was their imagination, but immediately falls right back into his doubts. A tragic anti-character arc indeed. It's in this moment that he starts to...
This is why I make videos, man. Saying stuff like that. Like, it's important for us to look at media the way that I just described it. Like, we need more of that, you know? Like, less like what I said there, it was stating that it's teaching a lesson. It's not about, oh, Squidward was a jerk, so like he gets sent to the dump because he was rude. Like, it's actually talking about the rejection of the perspective that the story is trying to tell. And that's the point. That's why I do this, is so there needs to be something there. There needs to be someone out there who's talking about that stuff, because I think it's incredibly important.
Here, the box turning into a race car, which is actually a garbage truck taking the box to the dump, giving Squidward a final punishment for not overcoming.
Did you just hear me laugh? Like, I have a little laugh where I said box to the dump. That was genuine. I actually, when I was reading it off the teleprompter, I remember giggling in the moment, and I just kept the take. Like, I just kept going. I didn't retake it because I felt like the laugh was very genuine. Compare this to what we watched with No Villains Are Safe a little earlier, and his fake laughs and his fake, ooh, like Karen looks so nice in the dress, you know. Yeah. It's, you know, there just is such a difference. We like only humans should make videos, man. Like, it's so bad that there's just thousands of people sitting and watching stuff that is not of this quality.
His doubts. So you might be thinking right now about how much of a big nerd I am, which, fair. But you may be preparing to write a comment saying, who cares about all this? Idiot Box is a good episode because it's funny. Enough with all the philosophy. And what you may be failing to understand, person I just made up, is that the reason this episode is funny is because of all the nerd stuff I just went over. The ambiguity of the box, the deeper themes of imagination, the conflict between these two perspectives. These things drive every single joke in the episode. Except that one joke in the beginning where Patrick is like, I need my glasses, and he pours out 2 literal glasses and has these big live action eyes. That was just a quick gag that establishes comedic tone. So I do hope that you'll have a deeper imagination in understanding what really made this episode as effective as a narrative as it was as we talk about the sequel. What was I looking for that it said there?
Most adults, like Squidward, spend so much energy trying to be seen as serious. We're trying to have the right opinions, the right hobbies, the right reactions to things, to the point where we completely forget how to just play. Luckily, SpongeBob never had that problem. He never needed permission to enjoy something just as it is. Now, Secret Box never had that problem. He never needed permission to enjoy something just as it is. Now, Secret Box still has the same energy. The difference is that it feels a little...
Didn't really have that as much. It's a pretty different take. I feel like if it got it from somewhere, it got it from elsewhere.
Seen as serious. We're trying to have the right opinions, the right hobbies, the right reactions.
It's not really about the right, like, I think it's like getting it wrong. It's a little bit off, like from how I described it. Like it was, like Squidward wasn't above the idiot box. Squidward wasn't above the imagination box because he was like trying to like fit in. He acted like he was above it because he genuinely thought it was an inferior way to have fun. Like I think that's so it's like not really like a cultural thing. So I don't know. It's a bit incoherent.
To things, to the point where we completely forget how to just...
This was so edited by AI. How can you tell? I thought that the editing was human done. What are some things that AI would have done in the editing? I'm curious. A bunch of people think that the editing is AI, so I would like to know how it could do that, because it would be important for my points.
Play. Luckily, SpongeBob never had that problem. He never needed permission to enjoy something just as it is. Now, Secret Box still has the same energy. The difference is that it feels a holding said box. It takes no time for his secret after all. Even though he's clearly gaslighting SpongeBob to be curious about it.
That's not what gaslighting is. I hate when I hate when most people use the phrase gaslighting. It is a bit of, I think the term gaslighting is kind of going away because I think people know that it's like being overused to the point where like it doesn't really work anymore. You know, I think that's an AI tell. I think using gaslighting, and I feel like a human writer would avoid the word gaslighting now because it has that connotation of like therapy speak. You know what I mean? But AI is trained on so much data that like that word is so out there that it would still use it. Whereas I think culturally we've moved on a lot from the term gaslighting, especially something as shallow as like Patrick was gaslighting him into asking about it. Like, what?
So SpongeBob takes the bait and spends the entire runtime...
Wait, also, that was about Squidward, the idiot. I guess it was about SpongeBob being imaginative. I guess it's saying that SpongeBob being imaginative is positive. What does the secret box have to do with him being childish?
Completely consumed by this secret box. He tried trading his own secret with Patrick, taking it by force, and the worst of all, breaking into Patrick's rock at night just to have a peek at the box. And what's inside? It's just a string. Nothing. But not really. Patrick did reveal later on that it hides an embarrassing photo of SpongeBob making a stupid face at a Christmas
Why is this relevant? Why are you just recapping the episode that we've all seen a million times?
Party. And that's it. It's pretty clear that Patrick had planned to do this all along. Like, yeah, he just wanted to rage bait SpongeBob for the whole day because why not? It's not like he'd have anything better to do anyway. However,
it's almost like it's still weighted against... It's almost like the AI program remembered that it wanted bias against Patrick before. Why is he talking about Patrick being like Machiavellian trying to... No, man, like he just was... That would make the episode so much less funny if Patrick was like baiting him on purpose with the box. No, the point is that Patrick has this like secret thing. Also, that's media illiterate because that's not what the point of the story is, to teach a lesson of when your friend has a secret, you need to respect your friend's secret. But in real life, in that situation, the friend isn't trying to tell you the secret. They genuinely don't want you to know the secret. So it's the same with Patrick. But if you're saying, oh, Patrick is gaslighting him. Oh, Patrick wants him to do it because Patrick's such a bad friend because your previous AI prompt was biased against Patrick and you hadn't cleared the history yet. It just misses the actual statement of the story.
Bad as the breaking into your friend's house was, I don't think SpongeBob really overreacted.
It uses therapy speak to try to make itself an authority figure. True. That's so true. That's such a strategy that it would use, huh?
I mean, you can't blame someone for being curious after you gaslight them, just the way that a kid is curious. And
why do so many AI scripts say nothing better to do? This is like the 5th time I've heard SpongeBob AI recaps use that phrase. Huh. You're so right. I mean, I guess we were looking at No Villains Are Safe earlier, and they had more of a, like they were talking about themselves. They were saying, I had nothing better to do than watch SpongeBob to make this video. But yeah, this did say that, didn't it?
Just want a Christmas party, and that's it. It's pretty clear that Patrick had planned to do this all along. Like, yeah,
He didn't.
he just wanted to rage bait SpongeBob for the whole day because why not? It's not like he'd have anything better to do anyway. However, as
You know why I think it says that? You know why I think it says that so much? Because it's a great way for it to make nothing points. That's why it says that so much. Because the goal, remember this is, the goal of AIs is to keep you using them. It's the same thing with YouTube, by the way, or any sort of like social media, TikTok, all of these platforms, anything that is internet based, or even like TV shows like cable. The point of anything that makes money based on how much you use it wants you to use it for as much as possible. So AI is just like that. Is just another thing that does that. So AI chatbots want you to use it for as much as possible. And in order for it to do that, it has to keep talking. AI doesn't want to make a not conclusive statement. So saying, oh, because he had nothing better to do is now giving a reason that is a non-reason. It's actually very telling that it says Patrick did it because he had nothing better to do, because Patrick doesn't do that. That's not Patrick's motivation. Because he's not doing it on purpose. Patrick is the passive character in the secret box. Patrick is not SpongeBob is the protagonist. SpongeBob is the active protagonist who makes choices. Patrick is the passive character. Patrick is the one who has the thing that SpongeBob wants to actively go and invade the privacy of and look into. That is the point of Idiot Box. Sorry, that is the point of the secret box, Idiot Box, secret box. So because Patrick is the passive character, the AI can't come up with a thing for him to do that is the AI can't come up with a motivation because he has no motivation. That's not how he's written. And the AI has no media literacy. So the AI doesn't have a thing where it goes, oh, Patrick is the passive character, so I'm not going to say that Patrick was doing something actively, because he wouldn't. The passive character wouldn't do that. I would only say that about SpongeBob. AI doesn't understand that. I understand that. I went to school for this. So when the AI tries to justify something to say more words, it'll just default to meaningless platitudes like he did it because he had nothing else to do. And that's why it says it so much.
bad as the breaking into your friend's house was, I don't think SpongeBob really overreacted. I mean, you can't blame...
I'm sure the only reason it brought up Secret Box is because it also has box in the title. Like, it found Idiot Box and is like, what's the closest episode to Idiot Box? It is a weird example because this is not a very childish episode. Actually, I would argue that, Secret Box is a lesson that kids can learn. Absolutely. There are times where, like, kids will, like, have a secret from each other. Or kids need to learn what a secret is. And usually you learn that as a kid. So, like, I get it. Like, I can kind of see the idea of a this being a kid-centric episode. But the way that the episode is handled, I think what makes this such a brilliant episode is that the secret box is a problem that you learn, or the secret box is a lesson that you learn as a kid. Keeping someone's secret, that'll usually happen to you in like elementary school. Someone will tell you a secret, you let the secret slip, you feel bad, and then you don't make that mistake when you get older. You usually make that mistake when you're a kid, and then if you're a mature person, it never happens again. The point of an episode like The Secret Box is to teach a kid that lesson before they make that mistake, so they never make that mistake. But what makes Secret Box a very brilliant episode is that SpongeBob and Patrick operate like adults. You know, like Patrick is very mature in this episode, actually. He says, listen, if you violate this boundary, we will not be friends anymore. Like, that's pretty huge coming from a character like Patrick, who's such a bad friend, setting, according to SpongeTruths, setting that like clear boundary. And then at the end, when SpongeBob does explain himself, he does like forgive him. And even the fact that Patrick, actually, I got to give Patrick a lot of credit in this episode, like, or not a lot of credit to Patrick himself. I mean, in the terms of the story, is showing a very mature way to deal with someone who wants to know your secret, is you can give them a fake secret that satisfies them. So the string satisfies SpongeBob as the fake secret, and then the real secret is obviously the photo that Patrick didn't want him to know about. So it's actually very mature on Patrick's part. And sure, like, it's a little childish in some places, but I don't see a lot of childishness in this episode other than the fact that, yeah, it's a thing that kids go through. But adults can go through that too. There's times where adults want to know someone's secret and they will go out of their way to try and learn it, and it will hurt the friendship. That's an all ages problem. So I'm not sure how this is relevant to SpongeTruth's argument.
Someone for being curious after you gaslight, just the way that a kid is curious. And I'm sure that most of us have been there as a kid. You just had that one door you really, really want to open, especially if your friends wouldn't stop bragging about it the whole day. Too bad SpongeBob just never learned to pretend he didn't care. These two episodes are basically the core idea for what SpongeBob's childishness is supposed to be.
Those episodes are completely unrelated. That's such a stretch. It is literally like what the person said. They're just two episodes that have box on the title. I think the similarities begin and end there. They are two episodes that have box in the title, and they're two episodes that take place just about entirely on Conch Street. And they're both episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants. Those are where the similarities begin and end. That is not a thesis of like what SpongeBob's childishness is. Also, aren't you saying that those are the positive elements of SpongeBob's childishness? In The Secret Box, he has the character flaw. He's wrong in The Secret Box. SpongeBob is in the wrong. That's the whole point. He has the negative perspective. That's why at the end of the episode, SpongeBob is the butt of the joke. The reason that Patrick pulls out the thing and goes, it's an embarrassing photo of SpongeBob at the Christmas party, that is almost, it's in the same vein of being a narratively deserved punishment. Even though SpongeBob doesn't get the punishment, like SpongeBob doesn't know that it's the embarrassing photo, we know that SpongeBob doesn't want it to be the embarrassing photo. So SpongeBob being the butt of the joke at the end, we are okay with that as the audience because SpongeBob was in the wrong in the episode, and him being the butt of the joke at the end helps with that, or helps communicate that message. Idiot Box, SpongeBob is in the right. SpongeBob represents the correct position, the correct perspective that the author behind the story believes that you should hold. Squidward represents the wrong perspective. Squidward isn't in this episode. It's just SpongeBob and Patrick. Patrick is supposed to be right. SpongeBob's supposed to be wrong. There's a little bit of ambiguity between the two of them, as all stories will have that, but that is generally the idea of it.
About being so genuinely invested in small things that the whole world feels bigger because of it. Now, those are...
That's incoherent. That has nothing to do with anything. That is just saying words for the sake of saying words. At least the words weren't stolen from me.
the obvious picks for the good ones. But his childishness isn't always that simple. Rockabye Bivalve
This swinging thing, is this new? I feel like this is in like
Those are the
all of their
obvious picks
videos now.
for the good ones. But his childishness isn't always
This is going to go away too, because this is going to get criticized, and they're going to be like, oh, all these AI channels do this weird thing where they fling them back and forth, and then they're all going to stop. It's going to be like the white backgrounds all over again, where all the AI channels make the white backgrounds, and people made videos where they're like, AI white background thumbnail, and it's gonna. I need to check if No Villains Are Safe did it. I need to check if they did it. They so did it, right? This is No Villains Are Safe. If you're watching this on the stream highlight channel, this was in a previous video on No Villains Are Safe, and I want to see if they did the same thing. And also, you should watch that video on No Villains Are Safe if you've never seen it, or that part of the stream. If you're watching it on stream, it's different. I'm saying that for the future audience on the Jackson Finelli Podcast channel, which, by the way, go subscribe to Jackson Finelli Podcast. And subscribe to this channel and like the stream.
Here's your regular SquarePants wearing SpongeBob on his way to work.
Oh, he's not. He wasn't swinging. He wasn't swinging. Do they do it in any No Villains Are Safe? Are there any No Villains Are Safe where they do the swinging?
Which happens in Krusty Love.
Oh, no.
Was I wrong? Was there no swinging? I felt like there was swinging.
Look at how the dress flows. The question that nobody asked, which SpongeBob character had the best? As usual, Gatsby.
Okay, they didn't do the swinging thing. They didn't do the swinging thing in No Villains Are Safe. Okay. I thought that they did in the beginning of that one. Let me know if there's any videos where they do the swinging thing. I don't think they do. Doing this weird circle thing in them. Oh well.
always that simple. Rockabye Bivalve and Nature Pants are technically still in the same neighborhood, but there's something.
Those are two very adult episodes, actually. Like, adult in terms of SpongeBob acts like an adult in those episodes. One of them, he acts like a parent, and in the other one, he's making, like, definitive choices about his own life and, like, quitting his job and stuff. Those are very not childish episodes. I don't know why it's bringing those up.
Something slightly different going on. Nature Pants is the one where SpongeBob just quits his entire life to go live among the jellyfish. He gives up his house, his job, his friends, because he just decides he belongs in the wild now. And as brave or wholesome as SpongeBob's decision is, I think it's childish. I mean, he clearly doesn't know what to expect. He just did that because it feels fun and freeing to do. Meanwhile,
I actually wouldn't 100% refute that. I don't think it applies to this video though. Like, I get it. I get it. Like, you would make a decision like that because you'd be like kid-like. I don't know, man.
Rockabye Bivalve is SpongeBob and Patrick finding a random baby scallop.
Oh, is it saying like how kids will like act like parents? Is why Rockabye Bivalve is childish?
On the street, and they think, let's be parents. Again, that part is wholesome, even exemplary for kids, right? Found some stray animals and cared for them. But the whole domestic situation, where SpongeBob is the overworked mom and Patrick is the deadbeat dad, they're completely taking things the wrong way.
Oh, yeah, you're working. If that's the kind of work you're doing, then show me where to sign up.
Is it childish? Yes, especially if you understand that bad parents could easily come from a childish adult kind of situation. They're still thinking about themselves first rather than about their
This is just saying words to say words.
families. With that being said, every single one of those stories ends in happiness. Everyone learned a huge life lesson at the end, so at least there's that. But our investment in fun could easily shift into something more dangerous, because the next kind of childish is a lot harder to watch with a straight face. As obvious as it sounds, being childish could turn into embarrassing moments, even more so with lots of people watching you do it. And no episode captures that better than Grandma's Kisses.
Okay, so I'm going to skip ahead. Is most of the video about Grandma's Kisses? No, not most of the video is about Grandma's Kisses. It actually jumps to No Weenies Allowed. Oh, and Muscle Bob. Okay, so not most of the video is about Grandma's Kisses. It's about a ton of different episodes. All right. Man, I hate when they do this. So this is another. So like, I like to do a lot of video. I usually talk about multiple episodes in my videos, but it's just so unfocused. And I feel like this is a hallmark of some of these AI channels now, or this is kind of a, no Villains Are Safe also does this. Like, a lot of the things with these AI channels is when you cover one episode and review one episode for a whole 14, 18 minutes or so, it becomes a little clear that you're like doing a lot of recapping, that you're not really getting a whole, that you're not really having a lot of substance. When you keep jumping between episodes, it probably obfuscates that a lot better. We saw this with that one video that was just a review of Sailor Mouth. And like, that was it. Although that video did pretty well for them, but most of the videos are like a bunch of different episodes.
From season 2. Now, the setup is that SpongeBob's grandma drops him off at the Krusty Krab for work, and as a parting gift, she kisses him on the forehead in front of everyone. Because why not? There's nothing quite like your grandma's kisses. And Squidward, being Squidward, makes a big deal of it, because he loves getting back at SpongeBob whenever possible. However, Squidward actually manages to get the whole restaurant to laugh at him. SpongeBob immediately cries, of course. I mean, there's just so much a man could handle, so he goes running home out of embarrassment. Not only that, he goes
just recapping. I can't say it's stealing from me because it's just recapping the episode. Let's see what its actual substance is.
To Patrick for advice, which is already a bit questionable on SpongeBob's side. And wouldn't you know it, Patrick said that SpongeBob should finally start acting like a man.
You're a man now, SpongeBob, and it's time you started acting like one.
He was even kind enough to show SpongeBob how. Now, SpongeBob takes all of this completely seriously. They both show up to Grandma's house wearing fake sideburns, refusing
Look at this.
All of this completely seriously. They both show up to Grandma's house wearing fake sideburns.
They put the arrows pointing to the side. Like, why? Does that actually make a difference? It's so desperate. Like, it's just so... I don't get the editing while you're recapping. Just show the footage. You can do, like, fancy edits when you're making your own points. The pointing to it. You're just saying the plot of the episode. It's got to have, like, an actual point.
Refusing cookies, and even refusing grandma kisses. And grandma actually plays along with these grown-up acts. She stops treating SpongeBob like a baby, gives him a book on routine active.
When did we watch the Sailor Mouth review? I don't know if I watched that live stream. Go to Jackson Finelli podcast. It would be... that one was a while ago. It would be the one that says, "This is vile," and it's the thumbnail where SpongeBob is naked. That's the video. It doesn't seem like it would just be a review of Sailor Mouth, but that's what the video was. It's a little while back in Jackson Finelli podcast. What was that, like 2 months ago? That was one of my earliest ones. I think that was like the second one to actually really do well.
Maintenance instead of cookies, and now SpongeBob...
I thought we left the red arrows in 2017. Hey, I use red arrows sometimes. I just use them when I'm making actual points.
has to sit there watching Patrick, enjoying everything he gave up. So now, it's about time for him to drop the act. And if anything, this episode is genuinely honest about something. SpongeBob doesn't want to grow up, and yet he knows he's supposed to. He knows people are laughing at him for it, and he still can't do it. Beneath all the trophies for the best fry cook in town, is just a guy who really misses his...
Beneath all the trophies for the best fry cook in town. You hear this like a nothing statement. It's just finding things to say.
Grandma's cookies. I think this is what most young adults experience somewhere in their early work years, especially men. I mean, SpongeBob isn't wrong.
Did I say especially men?
To Idiot Box.
Oh, this is Idiot Box. I think I said especially men. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I acknowledged that it's specifically men. That it specifically affects men.
Inner conflict with his character arc being about learning that these things do not have to be in conflict with each other and that you can have both. Right off the bat, I will say that this is a much more kids show lesson.
My hair looks way better in this video than the other one. The other old one I looked at. I struggle to do my hair nice That one was like too much gel in the Idiot Box video. This is much better. Still need to get it like done in a way. I don't really know what to do with my hair. I need like a professional look at it. Anyway.
Than other episodes. SpongeBob's lessons can often be pretty timeless in terms of what age they'd be most relevant. Take too much to others. Something kids and adults struggle with on mostly equal footing. Grandma's Kisses, on the other hand.
Shave my head? No way. No. No, thank you.
And is a lesson that is more skewed specifically to kids and more narrowly boys, probably around
more narrowly boys.
Most young adults experience somewhere in their early work years, especially men. I mean,
especially men.
On the other hand, is a lesson that is more skewed specifically to kids and more narrowly boys, probably
more narrowly boys. So to kids, more narrowly boys. So I said it in a way where you don't have to be a boy to relate to this episode. If you're not that gender, then like you probably could still relate to the episode. I was talking more about like certain social stigmas are more against young boys to be like less childish is why I pointed that out. But SpongeTruths lifted that right from me. Right from me. Why would they use this image of the delivery man from clearly a modern episode? 1 million likes and I'll shave my head. Yeah, super chat $5,000 and I'll shave my head. Don't do that. I don't want to. I don't know why I said that.
SpongeBob isn't wrong for wanting to be childish, especially around someone we hold very dear to us like our grandma. It's a really nice feeling to have, whether you want to admit it or not. It's just that if you do it in front of others, they could make fun of you, which is a mistake on their part and not SpongeBob's. Luckily, SpongeBob learned to balance these things in the end.
You can kiss your
I said something about balance.
At all, like you can be an adult living talking about SpongeBob. The lesson is definitely lower. Correct. SpongeBob. All of the background. All the time. Setting him at the time. Grandma's Kisses were made a lot more sense than adult restaurant patrons. In SpongeDiggers for the boarding school student place. Wait, if you've seen these most didn't in the episode like this. Criticism 2. Patrick is too selfish. After the fiasco at the Krusty Krab, SpongeBob and Patrick make a plan for them to act manlier the next time he sees his grandmother. This plan is okay to be childish sometimes. SpongeBob makes that very same change in his own attitude at the end of the episode, so should we really judge Patrick for making the bully who, to them, is just so rewatch the episode in adulthood? Now, this is not me criticizing the episode. It's okay for a show like this to have a lesson geared more towards kids. In fact, I think it's important that it does, because I'm sure a lot of kids out there really need criticism of Grandma's Kisses, SpongeBob's crash out. Many critics of the episode have found themselves uncomfortable with the amount of crying and some of the things that SpongeBob says he wants to do. Yeah, this is the criticism I agree with the most. The part that I don't mind is the crying itself, because saying it's okay to cry is a positive message, and SpongeBob's crying is so cartoonish that it buffers us
I think it's around here.
From feeling uncomfortable. So before this moment, the term baby is thrown around a lot, but when it's said, the audience can colloquially understand it as a way of referring to being childish, instead of being a literal baby. And look, if that's your thing in your personal life, no shame to you, but the message of the episode is not you can choose to act like a literal baby in the privacy of your own home. It's a commentary on the social standards we place on people, especially young men, as they grow.
Oh, young men. I didn't even realize because I said earlier boys. It literally lifted young men. That wasn't even what I was looking for.
Up. And up until this point, a young guy who's going through a similar situation might really have been relating to SpongeBob and would be nearly in the process of changing their perspective to a much more mature outlook of understanding the balance between growing up and embracing childhood. And that
take on their part and not SpongeBob's. Luckily, SpongeBob learned to balance these things in the end.
Guilty. I want a cut, Sponge Truths. I want a cut of the proceeds. Reach out to my people, Sponge Truths. You owe me some money. All right? Do that again. That was sick. Throw my mouse. They even used the same clip when they said it? Wait, really? No, they didn't. Did they?
Sure, been relating to SpongeBob and would be nearly in the process of changing their perspective to a much more mature outlook of understanding the balance between growing up and embracing childhood.
They used the same clip around it, yeah.
Which is a mistake on their part and not SpongeBob's. Luckily, SpongeBob learned to balance these things in the end.
You can kiss your grandma and still be an adult.
He realized.
Oh, that couldn't have been stealing from... Actually, that wouldn't have been stealing from my video because I didn't use that quote. That actually would not... There's no way that would have been stolen directly from my video because they needed the audio. They would have had to take that from the actual episode. The thing about the balance is completely lifted. Completely lifted. Waiting for my check in the mail, Sponge Truths. I'll take, I won't be greedy. I'll take, I don't know, 40%. I want 40% of the revenue from this video, Sponge Truths, for my, creative consultancy fee is what we'll call it. All right, Sponge Truths. Got it?
That you could still do both, just in their own places. Even though Squidward and half the Krusty Krab apparently followed him to his grandma's house just to keep laughing at him through the window.
I think I said something like that. And half the... I didn't say and half the Krusty Krab because I have eyes and I know that that wasn't half the Krusty Krab.
And they did it for nothing. These rare mid-episode. A season 6 episode disguised as a season 2 episode. But the abs
that would
then
have been in this section.
what's going on. Is this actual help of its conclusion doesn't rest alone. However, the narrative of Grandma's Kisses isn't about bullying. Its conclusion doesn't revolve around SpongeBob getting...
I don't care if I said that. Maybe I said... I'll just say I said it. I don't know. 45% for my consultancy fee because I think I said it. That's fine. Sponge Truths, you watch my video and say that I didn't say that, and I'll lower it back to 40% for my fee.
Which, honestly, that's a whole other problem, but so what? Haters gonna hate. Now, Muscle Bob Buffpants...
Oh, haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate. So Sponge Truths be like, yeah, you're just a hater. We just happened to come up with the exact same points on the episode. And notice, you know how I know it stole from me? Because it says the balance... Like the balance between these two things, but it doesn't have any of the other like elaborations around it. Like any of the other stuff that I said that led to that. It's such a shallow video and it's just saying it's just recapping and doing the most milquetoast things. And then in the middle of it, it goes, and then he learned the balance that it took right from me because it sounds good to say that. It works with its word count. And that's it. It took it from me.
No weenies allowed, and I had an accident, all live in this same territory. And honestly, if you line them up together, they're basically telling the same story in...
Talked about 2 out of 3 of these.
3 different ways. The story being, SpongeBob has an insecurity.
I've never seen it. I've definitely seen it. I never talked about Muscle Bob Buff Pants on the channel. I haven't talked about that one just yet. I mean, I don't know if I'll cover literally every episode of the show, but those first 2 I've done videos on.
SpongeBob refuses to just sit with it, and SpongeBob makes everything dramatically worse as a result. Muscle Bob Buff Pants is the most straightforward version of that.
Howdy, SpongeBob. How's it going? Not too close, Sandy. I tend to get smelly when I'm thumping iron. Check it out.
A sponge is not known for its muscle. Everybody knows that. But...
does everybody know that? A sponge is not known for its muscle. I mean... Why would you say it like that? Like, because I feel like when I watch this episode, even when I watched this episode as a kid, I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, SpongeBob's weak because he's a sponge. I would just think that he's weak because he's kind of a, he's not really that kind of character. He's not like a tough guy character. So of course he wouldn't be like really physically strong. So to be like sponges, again, it's just the AI finding words to say.
That's all right. Sandy is more than willing to teach him her workout program if he just...
Speaking of, will you review the Patrick Star Show? Patrick Star Show is tricky. I mean, I feel like I really shared a lot of my thoughts about the Patrick Star Show in my SpongeBob and Patrick's Timeline Twist Up video. I know that's not a Patrick Star Show episode, so maybe it's more fair for me to actually talk about the Patrick Star Show, like a episode of it. If I have the right subject for it, I've watched a few episodes of it. I watched the very first episode because I was going to originally do a video where I reviewed the pilots of all three SpongeBob shows. But I already kind of did that in my Camp Coral video. I talked about Help Wanted, and I compared it to the Camp Coral pilot. I could probably do something similar with the Patrick Star Show, but then I'd want to talk specifically about the Patrick Star Show pilot. I don't want to do a video where I do every episode of the Patrick Star Show, unless the Patrick Star Show ends. But what do they have, like 4 seasons now of the Patrick Star Show? I don't want to do a review of 4 seasons of the Patrick Star Show, and then they do a 5th season, and then now the video's dated. Like, you know, I did Camp Coral because it ended. That was a part of it. So if it ends, then sure. Maybe I'll do like a broad one. I don't know. I just don't feel like a Patrick Star Show video would do very well, to be honest. Maybe one that's generally about it. It's kind of an unremarkable show in a lot of ways. I haven't been very impressed by it. I haven't felt like it's as awful as Camp Coral, but I don't think too positively of it. I'm not really sure. That's why I asked, because I thought it'd been canceled. No, Patrick Star Show's doing like fine. It's because Patrick Star Show is... I think Patrick Star Show's doing okay for a combination of a few reasons. One, it's animated like the original show. I think that that's a huge feather in its cap. Like, especially because it came after Camp Coral. So, like, Camp Coral was like, it's like this bad art style. And then Patrick Star Show was like, well, like, at least it's not the bad art style. And it's also, like, different enough where, like, Patrick being the main character feels like enough of a deviation. Whereas Camp Coral, SpongeBob was still the main character. So it's like, why is this even a show? Even though Patrick kind of doesn't really work as a main character at all. But, you know, it's a whole thing. But it just does it's just a little more palatable.
Shows up at her dome at 5 a.m. It's all gonna be great. But SpongeBob soon realizes maybe the gym bros life isn't really for him.
It's time.
The gym bros life. Trying to use that, like, lingo. Like, that's such obvious, like, lingo that it just pulls that from, like, people say gym bro sometimes in situations like this. And that's the only reason it's saying it. Also, this doesn't have anything to do with childishness. It's such a stretch. It's actually not that far off from the whole, like, does Mr. Krabs have a fetish? Where, like, it's just, like, it's taking things that are vaguely in the ballpark and just being like, yeah, they're childish. Like, Muscle Bob Buff Pants, like, sure. Like, I guess a child would do something like that where they'd, like, want to be stronger and, like, get a fake arms or whatever. But, like, not really. Like, it kind of works for everyone. Like, something about Grandma's Kisses that I said in my Grandma's Kisses video is Grandma's Kisses is noteworthy as a SpongeBob episode because it is a lesson that is more geared towards kids. It's more something you experience as a kid, like what happens in Grandma's Kisses with, being close with your grandmother and feeling like more childish. Like, it's, that's kind of more of a kid lesson. Whereas, like, Secret Box, like Muscle Bob Buff Pants, like, these are two examples where they're childish ways of acting, but they're really timeless lessons in terms of age. And SpongeTruths is just stretching it so they can put it in their list of episodes they talk about. Instead of, what I did, where I focused pretty much entirely on Grandma's Kisses. Although I did talk about Squid Baby at the end. I did compare it to that. So I actually talked about 2 episodes in that video. But it's not like you don't like talk about all these episodes so little. Like, look at all the different episodes it's talking about. Like, in an 18-minute video, you don't have enough time to cover all those. At Trans Gremlin Flower sent clapping seal for 250 jewels. Well, thank you very much for a clapping seal. Thank you for the clapping seal.
The arm cruncher.
This squirrel's trying to kill me.
So instead of pushing himself through years of sore muscles and dry chicken breast, he orders inflatable muscle arms from TV and just straps them on. And for a brief...
Yes, that's the point of the story. Yes, is he should have gotten stronger by putting in the work, and he bought a thing that he lied about it. Yes, that is the story. Do you have any unique takes beyond the thing that is already presented in the base narrative? No?
Brief, glorious moment, it works. Everyone is impressed, at least by the looks of it. SpongeBob feels incredible, and he could pretend to be the strong guy he always wanted to be. But when it comes to actual weightlifting...
Look, it's him! Look, SpongeTruths, it's you! You're in the episode! Whenever my fiance and I watch SpongeBob now, whenever we see this background character, Tom, whenever we see this background fish, she'll always be like, look, it's SpongeTruths. So we hate this background character now. Every time he's the chocolate guy. So whenever we see him in the background of a scene, we're like, oh, it's SpongeTruths. Like, we hate SpongeTruths. So, because we think of him as SpongeTruths because it's always that face. Tom has been ruined. Ruined Tom. I hate Tom now because of SpongeTruths. Wait, why ice cubes? What do you mean by that? What did you put in my drink? Honestly, that's couple goals. Oh, thank you. Tom needs to sue for defamation. For real. Well, he's going to have to get in line. Yeah, SpongeTruths owes me for the videos he stole from me. He owes Tom for his likeness. Poor guy, this is what he resorted to after his bar shut down. Yeah, Tom lost the business at Muscle Beach. Now he makes AI videos about some guy in his neighborhood that everyone seems to be obsessed with. He's just like, hey, AI, make me a video about that guy who makes me Krabby Patties. He poisoned our water supply. Literally poisoned our water supply. Literally, SpongeTruths poisoned our water supply. You can say that, and it's accurate.
Weightlifting, well, they're just balloons. They won't even help lift a glass of water, no matter how hard you force them. So you can imagine what would happen when SpongeBob tries them for a big-ass anchor throwing competition. However, the reason SpongeBob is childish in this episode isn't because of the plan itself, it's the whole logic behind it. A kid doesn't really think 2 steps ahead, at least most of them. A kid sees a problem, then they would try to find the quickest solution and commit to it completely without considering what happens next, just like SpongeBob does here. He just thought about how good it would feel to walk in there, look...
Bro, that is not childish. I mean, it is childish, but like, adults do that all the time. What are you talking about? He just made a hasty decision based on his insecurity. That's it. There's like no reason to call that childish. At least in the context of the thesis or whatever the thesis should be of this video.
And strong. That was the whole plan. However, it pains me to say there are also lots of adults who experience these kinds of situations in real life. I know a few of them, maybe even myself sometimes. You made
the self-deprecating joke. Maybe even myself sometimes. Yeah, do you sometimes try to be something you're not, SpongeTruths? Like, do you try to be a human being when you're actually a cold, unfeeling robot? Maybe you should just take a lesson from this episode and just embrace who you are and just like calculate numbers and data and not try to write videos because you're not cut out for it.
Exaggerated claims to sound cool and everybody believes it and is ready to take it further, so you gotta fake it till you make it, right?
It took me 3 days to generate that AI. Uh-oh. Oh, we're back. Are we back? Are we good? We're back? Okay. Joke so funny it killed stream. All right, you can hear me? Sometimes the... Yeah, mic's good. Okay. All right.
He tries to force his way in. Clearly that doesn't work. He tries...
Whoa, that just dropped a bunch of viewers. Your attention spans. You're all watching this AI stuff. I know I'm yelling at the people who left. You're watching this AI stuff being like, yeah, people in their attention spans, how do they watch SpongeTruths and No Villains Are Safe? They must have really tiny attention spans. Me goes down for like 5 seconds. I need to watch something else right now. Bro, he dropped so many viewers from that. That sucks. That was so out of my control. They probably thought it ended. Yeah, I hope they come back. That's so unfortunate. YouTube is going to think I'm, like, not entertaining. They're going to be like, what did Jackson do? Lose all his viewers? So fast. All right, we're back. We're back. Now we're back. We got all the viewers back. They're all back. Nope, we do have good attention spans, actually. We do have good attention spans because we came back. Chat on the left is frozen. Oh, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yep, I forget that happens sometimes. When the stream dips like that. I need better internet. All right. Still can't hear me? You can't hear me? Test. Looks, it says the mic is going. No, they're saying they can hear me. I think, okay. Judging by all the people who says that they can hear me, I think whoever can't hear me might need to get new speakers. All right.
Tries to bluff his way in with new hair. That doesn't work. He eventually convinces Patrick to fake a fight with him in front of the bouncer to prove that he's tough enough. Well, the fake fight goes so well that SpongeBob gets the pass, only to slip on an ice cube at the entrance and end up in the hospital. Sorry, Weenie Hut General. But here's the thing. SpongeBob doesn't need to be in the Salty Spittoon. There's nothing in there for him. The only reason he wanted in was because someone told him he couldn't. That's it. Just like a child hearing, you can't do...
That's not why at all. He does not only want to go in the Salty Spittoon. He wants to go in because Sandy goes in. Which is also childish. I mean, like... But it's also about his self-acceptance. It's about, like, I could tell that this... I covered this episode. I did a Salty Spittoon video about the 3 Salty Spittoon episodes. Surprise, surprise, this was the best one. Although, the first Salty Spittoon reference episode was actually pretty good in Modern SpongeBob. I actually kind of like the Salty Sponge. But it definitely didn't steal from me because this is way too shallow of an analysis. Yeah, it's like... Like, it's about his insecurity. It's actually very similar to Muscle Bob Buff Pants. But it's just his insecurities. He thinks he's a tough guy. So he wants to be in the Salty Spittoon because he thinks he's a tough guy. He doesn't belong there. It's not just because someone told him no. He tried to get in before anyone told him no. He was already walking in. And then Reg told him no. But he already wanted to go in before that.
Do that and doing it anyway because they don't like the rejection part itself. SpongeBob spent an entire day planning an increasingly elaborate scheme to get into a bar he had no business being in, purely on principle. As for I had an accident...
Alright, well, that didn't steal from me because I didn't say any of that nonsense in my video. Watch my Salty Spittoon video. It's much better than whatever crap he just said.
This is where the whole thing tips into something almost philosophical. So one evening, SpongeBob cracks his rear end while sandboarding. The doctor tells him... One more injury and he'll end up...
I had an accident is probably the least childish. I know kids can get freaked out with, like, they get scared of the world. But the agoraphobia in I had an accident is very much the result of... Like, that's a very adult kind of anxiety, like leaving yourself in your house Like, kids can get anxious like that, sure. They can get afraid of, like, the world and, like, getting hurt and stuff. But, like, you know, I don't see it. I see that, like, it can be relatable to a kid, but, like, it's just very weird choices. SpongeTruths is in the iron butt. I didn't even notice that. It is SpongeTruths. Guys, this is how he makes the videos. See, he puts his butt up there, and then in there, and then this is the machine that makes SpongeTruths videos, guys. This is how they do it. Oh man, it itches. This is SpongeTruths coming up with his next video idea.
Up in an iron butt, which is exactly as horrible as it sounds. And SpongeBob, driven by that fear,
which is exactly as horrible as, I guess you would know you did have it. I would refute that and say, how would you know that you didn't? It's just a show. But I guess you were in it. You were there.
decided that he is done with the outside world permanently. What's funny is that he adapts incredibly quickly. He makes friends with a chip, a penny, and a piece of tissue, and
he adapts incredibly quickly? What do you mean? Him making friends with the chip and the penny is not him adapting. It's him. He's wrong, bro. Again, what no media literacy does. This is what no media literacy does. Like, no, man, he's not adapting quickly. It's bad that he lives in his house. Well, it's not bad. It's bad that he doesn't leave his house and that he acts like he's friends with a chip.
Genuinely content with it, at least by the look of it. But Sandy and Patrick say...
At least by the look of it. I guess that's an understanding of it.
No, that can't be healthy. So they try to lure him back outside using increased...
AI knows about making friends with lifeless objects. True. AI would have an agenda of being like, yeah, if you just sit in your house all day and never go outside, that would be better for AI, because then people would have like AI friends or AI partners or whatever, and would just talk to AI all day instead of actual real people.
Desperate schemes, which ends up with the famous gorilla suit ending scene.
This is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about!
And look, one could say that this is just avoidance taken to a cartoonish extreme. But on the other hand, there's something almost admirable about how fully SpongeBob commits to his bad ccsion, like the inability to sit with discomfort and do something with it. I mean, most adults...
What? It totally is praising the fact that he makes himself live in his... that it's totally praising that he doesn't leave his house. That's so crazy.
Well, at least feel guilty about avoiding something, but not SpongeBob. Something scary happened, so the world is now the problem. And staying away from the world is the solution, which is, again, exactly how a kid processes a bad experience. All these episodes...
No, man, adults feel that way too. Adults totally feel that way. The agoraphobia in I Had an Accident is much more similar to how an adult would deal with it than a kid. Especially because it's a medical thing. Like, I'm sure a kid, like, maybe a kid breaks their arm or something and they're, like, afraid to go to the park, or, you know, like, it could happen. It could definitely be a kid thing, but, like, Grandma's Kisses is the only one that is, like, specifically childlike. Maybe Idiot Box. Maybe Idiot Box, because they're, like, playing in a box. I could see that as well. But Idiot Box is for a much more adult lesson, even though it's a very childish situation. Whereas Grandma's Kisses is a lesson that could be related to by an adult. Absolutely, an adult could relate to Grandma's Kisses, but it's much more of a child-skewed lesson.
Episodes are still funny and memorable.
Why was... A Pal for Gary? Bro just put the wrong title card. I think that was supposed to be Idiot Box or Grandma's Kisses. Why would you get a pal? Where did that come from? That's not even from these are all classic episodes. This is from like season 6. How did a Pal for Gary get in there?
To be honest, I'd never imagined myself one day sitting here and analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope with this problem. But here we are. But now we're getting to the here, and all these episodes are still funny and memorable. To be honest, I'd never imagined myself one day sitting here and analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope with his problem. But here
What did that even mean? I never imagined my... So it's doing like one of those like no villains are safe things where it's like, instead of doing something productive with my week, I analyzed a kid's show. Again, like just like downplaying the whole like reviewing shows. Like, oh, like it's so silly. It's so this. I hate that. I hate that attitude. I hate it from humans. All right. Reviewing cartoons is actually pretty difficult, and it's actually pretty... It actually, I think, is pretty important, and you have to actually know a lot about the arts in order to actually do it. So I hate that attitude.
Here we are. But now we're getting to the third kind, the one that stopped being by step to...
But what is he saying here?
To be honest, I'd never imagined myself one day sitting here and analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope with it.
Analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope. I don't know what it's saying. It doesn't make any sense.
This problem. But here we are. But now we're getting...
What does that mean? That was so incoherent. I'm genuinely at a loss. Analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope for what? Analyzing media and media literacy is so important, genuinely. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Like I think it's so much more important than people give it credit for. Like these things matter so much more. And I think a lot of YouTubers don't want to say that, one, because they think like people will like flame them for it. Like, you think you're so like... But no, I think that what I do is important. I do. Why would I do it if I didn't think it was important? Why would I even do this? Like, I don't want to do something that's not important. Like, you know, like... It's why I do this, because I think it's important.
To the third kind, the one that stopped being funny because SpongeBob just took it too far.
Check the transcript? Okay, maybe I'll try to see.
Self with a bad experience. All these episodes are still funny and memorable. To be honest, I'd never imagined myself one day sitting here and analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope with this problem. But here...
Analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope with this problem. So they, SpongeTruths, have the problem. So they're analyzing SpongeBob to cope with the problem that they have? What's SpongeTruth's problem?
How a kid processes a bad experience. All these episodes are still funny and memorable. To be honest, I'd never imagined myself one day sitting here and analyzing SpongeBob step by step to cope with this problem. But
what does that mean? The transcript made me more confused.
Here we are. But now we're getting...
Cope with this, meaning that he, SpongeTruths, has a problem that he's coping with by analyzing SpongeBob? Did SpongeTruths say something at the beginning about how like they are... Is SpongeTruths like depressed or something? And he's trying to like reclaim his childhood by watching SpongeBob? Guys, do we need to check on SpongeTruths? SpongeTruths, listen, SpongeTruths. After you send me 40% of the revenue for this video that you owe me, I'm here for you. All right, SpongeTruths? We could talk about it. All right? I'm here for you. All right? SpongeTuber to SpongeTuber. All right? If you need help, SpongeTruths, I'm here for you. Okay? After you send me the money you owe me. Okay? Dude, if anyone can facilitate the SpongeTruths redemption arc, it's me. Okay? Who is this person? Why do they do what they do? You know what's kind of sad, though? SpongeTruths was probably from an impoverished area. That's probably the actual person behind it. It doesn't excuse what they're doing. It doesn't excuse the videos. But, like, you know, it could be, like, I don't know. It could be someone who lives 20 miles from me who's just doing it to get that bag. But I think that there's someone commented saying that they think that they might be Russian because of some of the ways that a Russian phrase would be translated into some of their like speaking quirks. Someone said that once, that it's a possibility. But I think that there's someone who is probably from an area that is not doing too well, and again, does not excuse this. You know, it's like the people who like scam your grandma, you know, they all have that excuse. You know, if you watch the people who like call out the scammers, the scam hunters. That's what they always say. They're like, we don't have much money here. Like, it's not an excuse. But that's probably what SpongeTruths actually is. So, like, beyond that, like, a problem like that isn't solved by, like, talking to them and being like, don't you, like, I mean, like, maybe, I don't know. SpongeTruths wants to talk. Bro, if I could interview SpongeTruths, that would be, like, amazing. Like, the person behind it, I want to talk to them. I would not be afraid at all. I want to hear their side of it. I do. I'm ripping on these people all the time. I would gladly hear their sides of it. It's what you would have to do if you're someone like me who's ripping on these people. You would have to be willing to hear them out. I would want nothing more than to hear them out. And you know what? I'd be nice. I would be very nice. I'd ask hard questions for sure. But I would be very nice. SpongeTruths, anyone working for SpongeTruths or No Villains Are Safe, I would love to hear their story. And, like, you know, because I just want to know why. I want to know what's going on here, you know?
To the third kind, the one that stopped being funny because SpongeBob just took it too far. However, I want to be careful about how I say this, because there's a...
Oh, he wants to be careful about how... Do you maybe want to be careful about how you say whatever the heck you said before? Because I didn't know what you meant.
Real difference between SpongeBob being childlike and SpongeBob being written like the writers forgot he was supposed to have a functioning brain. The first one is a character trait, the second one is a writing problem. And A Pal for Gary from season 7 is probably the clearest place where you can see...
Oh, they mixed it up. The editor screwed up. So the editor used the Pal for Gary title card back here. Probably was in place of a different title card. You know what probably no, well... All the other title cards are in there. I don't know what happened. I mean, it's sloppy. It's sloppy work for sure. But they probably underpay the editor.
Exactly where that line gets crossed. The episode is that SpongeBob feels guilty leaving Gary alone at home while he is off at work, which is pretty sweet, right? Like, he's being thoughtful for Gary. So he adopts a second pet, this nudibranch thing called Puffy Fluffy, to keep Gary company while he's away. The problem
Recapping.
is that Puffy Fluffy is not a domestic kind of animal, to say the least. From the moment SpongeBob brings it home, Puffy Fluffy makes it extremely clear that he doesn't want to be friendly.
My God, just say SpongeBob got... What did I say when I covered this video? When I covered that episode. Let me see. Let me see what I said. How I recapped it. What does it mean? Just, while this too, which kind of innocent, I think that these jokes are so out of episode. It's Squid SpongeBob's maybe himself doesn't mean spank to hell for Gary. A Pal for Gary is the most mean-spirited Gary-focused episode, and that makes its mean-spiritedness even worse. Stories will always have something bad happen. Okay, so notice how I start when I talk about A Pal for Gary. I start by talking about how it's specifically Gary-focused. So I'm already setting an opinion. No, SpongeTruths immediately, A Pal for Gary. I guess they set up that it's about SpongeBob being childish, sure, but, like, it's just immediately into the recapping without, like, the proper stuff. To a character in order to progress the plot. But when bad thing that is happening to an animal, it is a lot harder to enjoy what we are watching. See, usually when something bad happens to a character, it is either... So see how I didn't even establish that SpongeBob bought Puffy Fluffy and, like, wanted it to keep Gary company? Like, I didn't do any of that. I just start with talking about the meat of it. Oh, this episode, and I'm making a different point. I'm not talking about SpongeBob being childish. I'm talking about the episode being mean-spirited. But, like, I go into it by saying that what makes this episode mean-spirited is that the bad thing is happening to an animal. Animals are innocent, unlike people. People can make bad choices. And when people make bad choices in a narrative, they can get punished for them, and that can teach the lesson. But with an animal, since an animal can't make bad choices, obviously it depends on how the animal is portrayed. But in Gary's case in this episode, Gary's just an animal that wouldn't really make bad choices. It just comes off as mean-spirited, and I'm making that argument. So I go right into it with just saying, oh, when a bad thing happens to an animal, and I show the footage of the Puffy Fluffy with the teeth and all that. Harder to enjoy what we are watching. See, usually, and, like, it's already obvious from context. Like, even if you've never seen that episode, you'd be like, okay, in this episode, something bad happens to Gary. There's, like, a monster that's attacking Gary. And in that moment, you don't need to know all the context. You're fine if you don't know why there's a monster or why there's this. You know, oh, something bad is happening to Gary. That's what makes it mean-spirited because Gary's an animal. And then we'll see how do I explain it after.
When something bad happens to a character, it is either used to make a statement about their past behavior, or it's to meaningfully challenge them. Both of these reasons work best with sapient beings like humans, or in the case of SpongeBob, characters that are based on animals but behave like humans. Animals operate on instinct and are not subject to making moral choices. As such, all non-human animals are inherently innocent creatures. This does not mean that something bad can never happen to an innocent animal in a story.
So see how like most of what I'm saying is like writing philosophy? Like so little, like how much of what I just said was actually recapping Pal for Gary? Something bad happens to Gary. That's basically all I said there. I'm trying to say as little as possible that is recapping the episode. Whereas SpongeTruths will like lean right into it, or the AI will lean right into it, because what's easier for the AI to come up with than just restating what happens in the episode itself?
This means that when it does happen, it has to make some kind of statement about the choices of whichever human or human-coded character is adjacent to said animal. Earlier, I talked about Squidward torture and how it is an infamous kind of SpongeBob episode when Squidward doesn't narratively deserve the things that are torturing him. As bad as Squidward torture can be, at least in some instances, Squidward can deserve what he has coming to him, and the episodes can work. The same cannot be said for Gary torture, which is what this episode falls into the category of. Since Gary is an animal and by definition innocent and pure, anything that happens to Gary is by definition not narratively deserved. The story could have still worked even with everything Gary goes through if the message of the story was framed through SpongeBob learning something through the suffering of his pet. But SpongeBob is so oblivious in this episode that nothing really happens other than this poor snail getting worked over. The episode has a hard time deciding if Gary is...
Yeah, like, I don't even, like, say that SpongeBob does this or does that. You know, I don't even say that SpongeBob, like, buys the Puffy Fluffy or this. I just say that he's oblivious. You can already put it together, right? Even if you've never seen this episode, you can kind of see SpongeBob's oblivious. There's another animal that's attacking Gary. You can tell what's going on. You don't need the thing. At Trans Gremlin Flower, hey, you sent the gift from before. I was sending a bunch of gold coins for 10 jewels. Well, thank you for all of the gold coins. We got a pirate in chat. Yo-ho. Yo-ho. 2 gold doubloons. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Hello, I will not be commenting that much since I am sick. Well, I'm glad to have you here regardless of if you're commenting. Thank you for being here. Also, make sure to like the screen. Blech. Take that again. Also, make sure to like the stream and subscribe and all that good stuff. And go into the description and subscribe to Jackson Family Podcast, where I put the edited stream segments.
Is just an animal or a being with a little more autonomy. The fact that in the very end of the episode, it is Gary who saves SpongeBob by lassoing the monster.
Yeah, I don't even say the plot. I think it's not. I think it just wasn't necessary. If anything, I might have actually said too little of the plot. I might have written this just assuming that everyone knows the plot of this episode. It's been talked about so much. So I might have actually had a little too little recapping. I don't know. Do you think if someone's never seen this episode, would they be confused on the plot, or was it like just enough? Because I don't care about recapping the plot. I want to talk. Like, look, I got this. This video is 28 minutes long. This is a 28-minute video. Most of it is not recapping on my part. Like, I clearly have no trouble getting a good length.
Monster is an action that would usually be befitting of the character who actually goes through a character arc. But the character that goes through a character arc is usually the character who has a meaningful character flaw that they need to overcome. Gary has no character. Henry is a bit more episode communicate with the flaws who ends up is narrative punishment. He doesn't even SpongeBob doesn't meaningfully punish SpongeBob.
Let's see what I say about SpongeBob and see if SpongeTruths says something similar. Let's do a SpongeBob first on my part and look for it in SpongeTruths, and we'll see if he copied from me.
is the one who ends up punished in the end. A pal for Gary doesn't meaningfully punish SpongeBob at all. Sure, his house gets all messed up by the monster, but SpongeBob doesn't react to it much, so it's clearly not framed as his narrative punishment. He doesn't even meaningfully realize how poorly he treated Gary throughout the episode. At the very end, when SpongeBob decides to take Gary to work, it almost seems as though Gary gets punished with the whole free labor comment from Krabs. The whole episode seems like it's trying to make a statement about irresponsible pet ownership, but by over-punishing the pet and under-punishing the irresponsible owner, its message got jumbled into one big mean-spirited mess.
Alright, so basically my commentary is SpongeBob didn't get punished in the episode, so he didn't learn his lessons. So let's see what SpongeTruths has to say when they say anything of even the remotest substance here.
I mean, even the woman selling it to SpongeBob warns him directly. Gary also takes one look at it and wants nothing to do with it. And yet, SpongeBob sees all this, he hears all the noises, he walks past the destruction, he watches Gary fighting for his life in that library, only to say this.
Well, Gary, what do you have to say for yourself?
The biggest difference here is...
Again, all I said was SpongeBob was oblivious in the episode. That would be accomplished with that same thing. Not if you want to get to 18 minutes with nothing to say, though.
Is that in Idiot Box, or even in I Had an Accident, the only person inconvenienced by his bad decision was SpongeBob himself. But in A Pal for Gary...
What? Wait, what?
The only person inconvenienced by his bad decision was SpongeBob himself. But
in Idiot Box, the only person inconvenienced by his bad decision is SpongeBob himself. False? No one's inconvenienced in Idiot Box. Squidward, I guess, punishes himself. Like, Squidward is all, like, Squidward's all whatever. Yeah, Squidward gets all upset about the box and all that, and that messes him up, but SpongeBob is not inconvenienced at all in Idiot Box. He has fun the whole time. SpongeBob's just vibing in Idiot Box. I guess you could even argue that his actions indirectly inconvenience Squidward, because Squidward gets all in a tizzy about the box. I guess if it is true that they played a tape recorder, then that would be false, because they would have been messing with Squidward on purpose. If you have that interpretation of it, because it doesn't confirm nor deny if that's what happens. Wouldn't really be a realistic way to read the episode, though. SpongeBob doesn't really have a history of doing that. In I Had an Accident, what do you mean? He completely inconveniences everyone. His friends want to hang out with him and he won't leave his house. That's so inconveniencing your friends. Like, and AI doesn't really understand that nuance. We kind of talked about this with the Patrick friendship one, where yes, in reality, yes, in a vacuum, you as a person are allowed to be like, oh, well, I don't want to hang out with my friends today. If you don't want to. Of course, that's true in a vacuum, But in I Had an Accident, the reason that SpongeBob doesn't hang out with his friends is because he's afraid of the outside world because he got hurt and he has an irrational fear. It's his character flaw. He would have had fun with his friends. So him inconveniencing his friends in I Had an Accident is not this whole every man is an island, he's only inconveniencing himself. No, he is inconveniencing his friends because of the nuance of understanding their friendship dynamic and also understanding friendship in general, that that's not always a hard and fast rule where it's it's okay that you don't want to hang out with your friends. Of course that's okay if it's I'm really burned out today, I'm really tired, I worked so hard, I need a day off, these are valid reasons to not hang out with your friends, and they could be very small reasons. I'm tired is enough, but I don't want to hang out with you because I'm irrationally afraid of the outside world. And if that were not true, if I were not irrationally afraid of the outside world, I would hang out with you. Not a valid reason to not hang out with your friends at all. And thus, your friends having a worse day without you because of that is your fault. That is you inconveniencing them in that specific scenario. You're not inconveniencing your friends if you're just tired. You have a right to be tired. Absolutely. But, a character flaw is a character flaw. But so those are just nonsense examples.
A pal for Gary, someone other than him is genuinely getting hurt. And
sorry to interrupt, it's late for me. Well, you're not interrupting. You can always chat in the chat. Good night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here.
SpongeBob keeps choosing not to see it, whether he's pretending or not. And I think that's the thing that
whether he's pretending or not. No, he's written to be oblivious. He wouldn't be pretending. That's the flaw with the episode, is that he's way too oblivious in a way that's believable, even for the character, even for a cartoon. Again, with this pretending or not, he did this with Patrick earlier. The AI will, like, apply these motivations that don't make sense for these characters, saying that what they're doing is, like, sinister, like Machiavellian. It's probably because AI wants to be conspiratorial because it's more dramatic and it's going towards the sensationalist. So that's probably why it's more inclined to act like Patrick wanted to troll SpongeBob in Secret Box, or that SpongeBob was acting like he didn't know when he did in Pal for Gary. No, he's supposed to be oblivious. Like, that's the bad writing. But that's the bad writing, is that's not realistic that he's oblivious, but there's no element of it that's written for him to be doing it on purpose.
actually bothers me the most. That sometimes his childishness doesn't have any consequences for him personally. In the previous example,
his childishness doesn't have any consequences for him personally. It's like exactly what I said. He doesn't get any criticism.
Example, when SpongeBob got something wrong, it landed on him. He was the one crying on the floor. He was the one in the hospital. He was the one who got humiliated in front of everyone. But here, Gary pays the price for whatever reason, and SpongeBob walks away having learned absolutely nothing. Now, some of you might...
It's exactly what I said. It's exactly what I said. It's like not like it's AI. Can I copy your homework? But like I said, that Gary didn't get punished, or Gary got punished. SpongeBob didn't get punished. It's saying the same thing. I'm going to move up my consulting fee. I'm going to say I want 55%. SpongeTruths, all right? You know what? I think I should get 60%. I want 60% of the revenue, SpongeTruths. I mean, clearly you're not paying your editors that much anyway. You know? I can tell from the quality of the editing. So...
argue that this was closer to a neglectful parents kind of situation.
70%? We'll see if he takes anything else.
Rather than being childish, which he isn't wrong. But I would also argue that neglectful parents can be viewed as acting in a childish manner in a psychological sense.
Oh, right. This is like a childish... like, he's not childish in A Pal for Gary. He's oblivious in A Pal for Gary. It's not even... that's not a childish thing.
It often stems from extreme emotional immaturity, narcissism, or just a...
narcissism? Oh my goodness, with the therapy speak, man. Bro, I mean, obligatory, I think Gen AI should be banned in general, and I think that's a great reason. What we just are seeing right here is a great reason why. But if AI is going to be around, if it's going to be a thing, it needs to not use words like narcissism. Okay? It needs to not, it can't. Even like pro AI people, you gotta meet me halfway here. All right, it can't say narcissist. Do you know how dangerous that? Do you know how dangerous the fact that an AI even can say narcissism is? Because think about it. What good would ever come from an AI saying narcissist, saying that word? Perhaps it could correctly identify someone as being a narcissist. Okay. Weigh that again. First of all, really only a therapist can correctly, even a person can't correctly identify someone as being a narcissist in most situations. Obviously, there could be times where it's like, you're like, yeah, that person's a narcissist, and you can kind of figure it out with yourself. But in a actual like therapeutic sense, only a therapist can actually say this person is a narcissist. It is a specific kind of mental state that has certain conditions that are it and certain conditions that are not. And you have to be a professional in order to properly diagnose that. And if you are not, yes, you can throw the word around, like if let's say, let's say you know someone who's a real ass, and you're like, yeah, that person's a narcissist, like flippantly. Like, sure, like that's fine. But AI is never just saying things flippantly, because you only ask AI for stuff if it's like important, right? You know, like so it saying narcissist is never good. Whereas if you're a person and you're like having like, you know, problems with someone and you're talking with someone about it and they're like, I don't know, they sound like kind of a narcissist, like that could be fine. But there's no situation where an AI saying that's a narcissist, any AI saying that's a narcissist, they're diagnosing it. Anytime. There's no casual thing of, oh, they kind of sound like a narcissist. A friend can say that, but an AI really will never say that. So if we're going to have these things, which I think we shouldn't, it should at least not say narcissist or gaslighting or any of that stuff. It shouldn't say that stuff. There's no reason for it to. There's no reason for it to exist either beyond that. But like, you know, if we're going to have it, it shouldn't say that. I feel like if you know someone well enough, you could potentially say they are a narcissist. Yeah, but people have nuance. So like people can be like, yeah, like if you know someone who has like an abusive parent and you're like, they seem like kind of a narcissist, that can be helpful language because you know your friend or your partner or anyone that you're close to who might be dealing with a narcissist in their life, even if they're not formally diagnosed. After all, many narcissists, I mean, one of the problems with being a narcissist is you probably don't get therapy. So many narcissists go undiagnosed, obviously. But like with your friend, yeah, like if you have like a friend or a partner or someone who's like dealing with a narcissist in their life who you think, or someone who you think is a narcissist, and you use that word, you're a person, so you have the nuance to it. But if you go to an AI and you're like, this person is treating me bad, and the AI calls them a narcissist, first of all, the AI is biased in your favor. Whereas if you, like, you could be biased towards your friend's favor. Sure, any person can. But there's so much more of a human element that can make throwing that word around okay. In some situations, by the way, a person can overuse the word narcissist and use narcissist in the wrong way. Absolutely. But in with a person, it could work in some situations. An AI will always lead to problems. Although an AI saying anything always leads to problems. So maybe that's just a symptom of that. But anyway. Acting narcissistic and being a narcissist are two completely different things. Did SpongeTruths say narcissistic or
logical sense? It often stems from extreme emotional immaturity, narcissism, or just a...
You know, great point about that. How being narcissistic and being a narcissist is different. SpongeTruths is using it in the more serious way. In the way of being a narcissism, rather than being narcissistic. Oh, like, yeah, you're being narcissistic in a like a small flippant sense. So I'm glad you pointed that out, and I agree with you. And it helped with my just don't use AI for therapy is the point. Just don't use AI is fine, but like if you're gonna use AI, yeah, don't use it for therapy. Well, no, it's actually not. That's actually not what I'm saying. I'm not saying don't use AI for therapy. I mean, that's obvious that you shouldn't use AI for therapy. I mean, you shouldn't use AI. But if you are going to use AI, don't use it for therapy. Obviously, it's more dangerous to use AI for therapy than it is to use it for, like, a recipe. You shouldn't use it for a recipe either because you shouldn't use it at all. But, like, there are differences. No, I'm not saying don't use AI for therapy. I mean, don't. But the problem with AI using the word narcissist is that it could use that word if you're not using it for therapy at all. You don't have to be using it for therapy. You could just be complaining about someone. You could be like, my mother wants us to go to this restaurant on my birthday because the other one is, you know, you could say like, oh, my mother wants us to go to this restaurant I don't like or something. And like you leave out context, you know, you don't say that the restaurant you wanted to go to closed and it was on short notice or something. And the AI will be like, your mother sounds like a narcissist when like your mother's fine. You know what I mean? Like it could be anything like that, you know? So no, it's not even necessarily therapy. It's just that it will throw that word. I mean, put it in this video, you know, SpongeTruths wasn't using this AI for therapy. They told it to write them a video and it used the term narcissist or narcissistic. Yeah.
Focus solely on their own needs. Now, of course, I could keep listing more and more episodes where SpongeBob's being the most childish in a bad way. But then this video would just be comparing later seasons to the Golden Age again. So, yeah, I think one episode is enough to make my point. I will say this though, the reason Idiot Box is so good is because SpongeBob's imagination means something. The reason Grandma's Kisses works is because SpongeBob's breakdown means something.
Oh, that's funny. I just realized it speaks positively of Grandma's Kisses. It doesn't have any criticisms of it. Because Grandma's Kisses is kind of a criticized classic episode. Even I defended Grandma's Kisses for the most part. I said it wasn't perfect. But I addressed that it was kind of a controversial episode. Not a controversial episode, but it's an episode that is like divided. Like people will be like, Grandma's Kisses is like kind of mid compared to other season 2 episodes.
Even the fake muscle arms and the salty spittoon, those had some great lessons because...
Okay, they're just repeating the other stuff to just kind of pad the runtime.
Underneath the stupidity, there's a real feeling driving it. Whether it's insecurity, fear, or even the desire just to be seen in a certain way. Take all that away, and all you have left is a guy who's making stupid, random decisions. And even 11 minutes feels too long a time to watch just that. So yeah, childish is a pretty broad word when it comes to SpongeBob, because at its best, it's...
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Like you ended like that. Childish is a pretty broad word to refer to SpongeBob. Yeah, you just recapped episodes and vaguely referred to it as being childish. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
It's the whole reason the show works. There's something genuinely worth protecting in that. It's the whole refusal to fully let go of the part of you that finds wonder in the small things. But somewhere along the way, someone started mistaking childlike for incapable. And that's a smaller difference than it sounds. But it changes everything about how it feels to watch him. The charm was never really about him being childish, it was about him being honest, about the fact that what you saw was genuinely all there was. Just SpongeBob being fully present, completely committed to whatever small thing was in front of him.
It's just saying so much to say nothing. It's about SpongeBob was doing stuff. Like, come on. And it can get away with sounding profound. Like, people will listen to that and be like, yeah. And it means nothing. This makes people dumb. It does. No hate on you if you ever watched this and you felt like it was profound. When I say it makes people dumb, I'm not saying you're dumb because you watched it. I'm saying that it's not good for you. These videos are not good for you. They aren't saying anything real. They aren't expanding your mind, and you should always be watching stuff that expands your mind. I do believe that, because you can either watch something that doesn't expand your mind or something that does. It can only be one of those two things. So why not watch something that expands your mind every time? And, like, I get it. You'll be like, oh, well, sometimes I don't want to think too much. Well, first of all, that might be problematic for yourself. Like, that might not be a good attitude for you to be like, oh, I just want to turn my brain off. Like, that might lead to you being less intelligent. It might lead to you being depressed because you don't think about the world enough and you get, like, scared and nervous about everything. It might just lead to you having worse problem-solving skills, which could harm you, like, financially or emotionally. It's like there's a lot of problems with that in general, but also, like, don't think of it like when I have less energy, I want to watch something like SpongeTruths where I turn my brain off. Instead, think of it like, okay, you watch something a little easier, like a SpongeBob episode. Like, a SpongeBob episode is easy to watch in classic SpongeBob. Those episodes all had lessons. Those episodes all expanded your mind. Not everything that you have to watch has to be like, here's how the earth was formed, science, like, it doesn't always have to be that much, but it has to be something, and you'll be better off for it. Your videos have changed how I see writing in all media. Love your content, and I'm really happy to have made it to stream tonight. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm glad my videos have had that effect on you. I do really want to, I really hope that I can have some kind of effect on how people view media. Because I just think even great creators, even creators who I respect a lot, I just think we haven't really focused on it that much. I think that there are things about media that we must know. Like, people must know that every episode of a show should have a lesson, because every episode of classic SpongeBob had a lesson. So I don't know why, we wouldn't like know that, like put it to paper or something. But it seems like I'm the only guy who's really talking about it. Not every lesson is a heavy lesson to learn. Exactly. That's because like everything has to have a lesson, but not every lesson has to be heavy. That I think is a very good dichotomy. That because people keep arguing with me with that. They keep going like you think everything like not some things can just be fun, and it's like no, it's fun. It can be more fun if it's a little lighter. There's a balance with it, But yeah. The problem is everyone assumes that something isn't fun if it expands your mind. Yeah, that's anti-intellectualism. Anti-intellectualism is the idea of it. The idea that like cool jocks are dumb too is like another thing. Like just the idea. I don't know exactly like where that comes from. If like some of that is like naturally occurring, if some of that is like more sinister. But yeah. Anyway, all right, I'm going to end stream for now. It was quite a lot, so I'm going to end it here, but thank you all so much for watching, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye now.